Good morning, everyone. I would like to call the meeting to order. Good morning and welcome to June 14, 2023 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory. The treaty is signed with 35 First Nations across the Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta, Manitoba, and original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcome here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and the city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of the committee wishes to speak, use the raised hand function to be placed in a speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. And all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Reports recommended for consideration by City Council will be considered at its meeting scheduled for June 21st, and the deadline to register as a delegation for the City Council meeting is 12 noon on Monday, June 19th. Okay. Can I have someone to move approval of the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of registered list of delegation revised as follows. Withdraw the delegation of John Yu Wang and Rosalie C. Liu, scratching from item EX 23-56. And addition of delegation Jared, and I will apologize for that, and he will remind me or correct me. I would say bougie. There you go. We'll try. Thank you. Queen City Cakes, Regina, to item EX 23-56. Can I get a mover? Councillor Hawkins, thank you. I call the question. Any opposed? I see none. That is carried. Thank you. Adoption of the minutes. Can I have someone move the motion to adopt the minutes of the public meeting held on May 31st, 2023? Mover. Councillor Stanichuk, thank you. Any errors or omissions? I call the question. Any opposed? See none. That is carried. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move into delegation. We have in person the delegation on EX 23-48. I would like to call upon Sheldon Gray. Sheldon Gray. Okay. Yep, we're going to keep going. Okay, so we'll go right into EX 23-48, Kiwanis Club Lease Clubhouse. Can I ask for Mr. Barrel-Lacey from administration to introduce the report? Where are you? Number 2. Mr. Lacey, go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So the City of Regina owns 2 buildings which the Kiwanis, within the Kiwanis Waterfall Park that have been utilized by the Kiwanis clubs since 1994. One of the buildings is utilized as their clubhouse and office, and the other is partially utilized for storage by the Kiwanis Club and the City Parks maintenance branch. The initial agreement was in 1994. And as part of our review and updating of agreements, when we reviewed this agreement, it was determined that the general terms and conditions of that agreement needed to be updated, just given the length of time since we signed the original agreement. The city has had a long-standing relationship with the Kiwanis Club, and we believe it's desirable for both us and them to continue that relationship. And so we have a request before council basically to update the agreement as noted in the report. And this report's before you because the agreement for the lease of these buildings is without public offering, and for a nominal value of $1. So pursuant to bylaw, it does need to come to council for approval. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Lacy, thank you very much. Can I have someone move report with the amendment to the date, recommendation number 4 to read June 21st, 2023? Councillor Stevens, thank you. Councillor Stevens, do you have any question? Okay, go ahead.
Totally supported the decision. I guess I'm just curious about the amenities. Are they adequate for the purpose? Are we planning any kind of investment into the baseball infrastructure there? Just kind of curious in the future, what else is going to come with this park after we agree to this lease agreement?
Perhaps I'll ask Mr. May with respect to that park and our work in that park and the relationship with Kiwanis.
Through the chair, so the report before you and the lease before you is for buildings that are not part of delivering baseball in the park. That's a separate piece of the park. There is a relationship between the Kiwanis Club in general and Regina National Little League, which operates as Kiwanis Little League, whereby the Kiwanis Club gives the group running the Little League ball diamonds access to these spaces to help them with storage and things like that. So it's a very useful and supportive and valuable relationship between the two to deliver baseball programming to the park, but those buildings are more than that. As you can see in the report, it's the lease before you today is about the Kiwanis Club in general and their access to those buildings in the park.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Okay, Councillor Rashani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So in regards to, have we done other leases like this where we've, because originally I think it was about $15,000 back in 1994. What was the reason, and do we have other leases, like will this set a precedence moving forward for other community groups that operate? And I'll use Pacer Park as one. Just, I need some clarity here.
Yeah.
Through the chair.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll make a few comments and I'll ask whether Ms. Hagee has any additional comment, who's a real estate officer within the organization. So the $15,000 you referred to, this was an initial payment that Kiwanis Club made to the city when we initially entered into this agreement with them. One of the things when I talk about modernizing the agreement is to basically bring the terms and conditions of that agreement in line with other non-profit organizations where we have similar lease agreements with a nominal value. And so that was basically part of the intent of modernizing this agreement. And it includes such things as actually having in there kind of a mutual termination clause where either party, for example, given 6 months notice, can provide termination. So it's those type of things that we have in other like agreements that we wanted to ensure there's consistency in this new agreement. So I would say this is about ensuring there's consistency with like agreements and it doesn't set a precedent. But I'll ask Ms. Hagee. Ms. Hagee is just nodding in the affirmative, so I don't think she has any additional comment.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Lacy has caught everything accurately.
Thank you. So which other agreements, like agreements, are there other ones that are going to be coming forward that are similar to this, or we've just chosen this one, and why would that be?
I'll ask Ms. Hagee to comment on that, please.
Why don't you just leave your microphone on? Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is the only one that I'm aware of that we have coming forward right now. We are doing a fulsome review of all of our agreements, but we haven't made it through all of them yet. So I don't know for sure exactly what will be coming forward, but at this time, this is all that we have right now. That was out of date.
How many other agreements would we have like this then coming forward through the chair?
We do have other users in other ballparks that do use our agreements, but the agreements vary between operating agreements, leases, and licenses, so some of them will end up here, but some of them won't. Operating agreements, I'm not sure, maybe Mr. May actually might have better information regarding operating agreements, but I think that's typically what we use in the parks. This is kind of a unique situation where they don't operate the park, they just lease a building within the park.
Through the chair, can I just ask, how does Pacer Park differentiate from Kiwanis, through the chair?
Mr.
So
Lacy?
through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Mr. May to make comment.
Okay. Mr. May, you go.
Through the chair, Pacer Park, we have an operating and maintenance agreement with Pacer Baseball, Inc. to operate that park on our behalf, so it's not a lease. It's city-owned land, which we have then negotiated an agreement with that local group to run the park on our behalf.
Thank you for that. So you're saying that it's different than this, and they don't, there's no lease or anything like that they pay every year to the city?
That's correct.
Through the chair?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So-
One of them, through the chair, if it helps provide clarity, a similar arrangement to this one would be the decision that came before council recently to renew the lease that Regina Minor Football had to place the concession stand that they operate at Libo Field on city-owned property, where that lease had expired and was renewed by council. So that's a very similar situation.
Okay, great. Then I'll support this. I think that that park is one of the most beautiful parks. I know many people go and do wedding pictures and things like that there, so I think it's important. It would be also important to understand a little bit more. I know I've kind of Googled on the website what they do there, and they offer some programmings for the community, more around the baseball, but they've done other things. So again, I think it's important that if we're allowing the $1 lease, that we ensure that we're going to see other things in that park that will be either through maintenance or some type of offering that we're getting from the Kiwanis in that regard, to have this $15,000 or $20,000 fee down to $1. Thank you.
Thank you. Stanisha, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a question about the maintenance of the building. The Kiwanis Club will be responsible for the maintenance operation costs of Building A. Does the city review any of, to make sure that the maintenance of the building is kept up to a good standard, through the chair?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll maybe start with Ms. Hagee and refer that question to her.
Okay, go ahead. You need your microphone to go ahead.
Thanks. Through the chair. So we do kind of do regular checks. The building right next to it, the city actually utilizes as well, so we would be in regular use of seeing the building. Any maintenance or anything would be, like any major things would be required, would have to be done by a certified contractor, so I guess, yes, I guess is the simple answer. We are on top of it, and we do make sure it doesn't fall into disrepair. Within the agreement, there are clauses that state that we can inspect the properties as well to ensure that it is being maintained.
Okay, thank you for that. And through the chair, because it is a city, still is a city building, if there was some kind of a major event that caused damage to the building or it needed significant repair, is the city still ultimately responsible for that building if something happened?
Mr. Lacy, back.
Through Ms. Hagee.
Okay, go ahead.
Through the chair, I think that would be something that would have to be negotiated with the Kiwanis, should that actually happen. As you said, it is still a city facility, but in the lease it is stated that they're responsible for all repairs and maintenance, including major repairs. But again, if something came up, I think that's what we would work with the Kiwanis group to negotiate that.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, through the chair, is just simply, it's not kind of related to the buildings, but there is, on the map that showed the water system in that area, there used to be a fountain that was accessible to people on the bike path. Just sort of wondering, did it get, I don't know if it's, I know it's not kind of related, but it is it now at the club? area, but is there accessible water fountain for anyone using that area?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I may ask Mr. May if he has any knowledge
Okay.
of that.
Through the chair, for clarity, this is a drinking water
A
fountain?
drinking water fountain. It was
Okay.
right on the bike path, right by there.
I'm not aware of
Okay.
that being in place, or if it was taken out, we can follow up.
And through the chair, there's no water fountain right at the club space for people using the park?
Through the chair, I think, I am not aware of there being a public water fountain attached to these buildings.
Okay. All right. It would be wonderful if we could have something like that, and I support this. Thanks.
That's good. Okay. Any further questions from the committee? I see none. Okay. Councillor Stevens, any closing remarks? No? Okay. We'll call the clerk, start the vote, please. Oh, I better get into my computing device.
LeBlanc in favor.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes in a vote of 10-0, with all members present voting in favor, and Councillor Moll is absent from today's meeting.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to continue. We've got delegations here on EX 23-56. We have folks in person. I would like to call upon delegation Leanne Bachelou, Christine Ripchuk, and Brian Ripchuk. Just, yeah, what's that? The way my script says, you one at a time, so if you want to, you each get 5 minutes. Yeah, so you can, rest of you go back, we can start with Brian first. Yeah, but if you want to do it all at once, then you, by all means, if that's okay with you. Yeah, we don't have a big thing. Okay, then go ahead, yep.
First off, my name is Brian Ripchuk. I'm the chairperson of St. Mary's Parish in Regina. To stress, St. Mary's Parish is the first and the oldest parish in the city of Regina. And, with the age of the facilities and everything, of course, there's things that need to be upkept and everything to keep this facility operating. And there has been a lot of things and a lot of struggles, but we are actually trying to stay on top of it. So things are definitely improving for the parish and for the parish facility beside it, the community hall that we have there. One thing about our parish too, the parishioners come from all over the city of Regina. It's not just confined to a small area. We have parishioners from the north, the south, the east, and the west. Even parishioners from outside the city do attend the parish. It's known as the traditional parish, and we have a lot of parishioners that do attend from throughout the city of Regina. So a lot of the work that is done in the facility too, a lot of it's done by volunteers. I'm going to just speak on behalf of the hall. The bathroom renovations all done by volunteers. The flooring that we did was all done by volunteers. So we're trying to make sure we keep our costs down, definitely as much as possible. Again, going just to the hall, a lot of the main stuff has been done. We had a brand new unit to just put on top of the facility. It's a $62,000 unit. It's a heating and cooling unit. The only last ones that are left to go are the two on the lower level, lower roof, and those actually just went during Mosaic. So we had the Latino group in there, so when those two units went, the cooling went, they always said as people came in, we want to give you a nice warm welcome, and it truly was warm. It was warm in the very front because it was hard to keep that facility cool. So Those are the last, they just went, both of them went. They're 1976 units, so those 2 units now are the ones that we do need to replace on top. We do want to stress, though, this community hall, it really truly is a community hall. It's just not the parish. We have several groups that are in it, and we really love that atmosphere of the hall that we actually have that's in the core area of the city, and we have a lot of groups that participate. One of the main groups is the YMCA after-school program. They have in coordination with the Thompson School there, they actually have a lot of kids that come in there. They actually are identified that they actually do need help, and they do help, hold their program in the hall. It's a very well-received program, a great outcome that comes out of that. We have the Chilean Society that uses the facility. We have the Girl Guides that use the facility. The facility is used by Elections Canada and provincially too, so it's utilized in that capacity. Ranchero use the facility. Cadets use the facility. We have a woodturners group that come in once a month, a community woodturners group that use the facility. Anchor Church now, again, is looking at, it's going to become their home. Every Sunday they'll have a service in there, so that'll be a big program in there. A Latino group, they're the ones that have the Mosaic, but they actually have a lot of programs in there too. We have the youth program, the City Kids program, that's actually run out of there too. A very well-received program. The Pottery group is looking at utilizing it. We have a lot of different memorials from different groups that utilize the facility. The last one was a Muslim, African Muslim wake that was held in the facility. The Immigration El Salvadorian has used the facility. We have a lot of trade shows for the community that are held there too. We have community breakfast, movie nights. The facility was used by Friends of Family, Welcome to Saskatchewan Immigration. And as I started off, the Mosaic Pavilion was actually held, and that was, it was kind of crazy. 10,000 people went through the facility, so it was very well utilized, so. That's kind of everything in regards to my community. Leanne, did you want to touch on a few?
I just want to mention about the location of St. Mary's and the hall. It's right on the corner of Winnipeg and 13th Avenue. It does exist in the core of Regina. It has been an inspiration to a lot of people, not just an inspiration, but to give them hope. And the hall is a wonderful place for people to come, a safe place. These programs exist, and we are giving them a home to exist in, which is something that you can't replace. It's a benefit to the community as well. Our facility is located very close to the general hospital. We have lots of healthcare workers who come to pray, come for encouragement, and lots of patients and families come. So it's very much St. Mary's exists in our communities to support the community. And that's the biggest important point I want to make today. Thank you.
And so I just want to stress too, though, now this last 2 things that really need to be done, though, it's not as if St. Mary's is going to be a black hole. There's going to be just constantly money to maintain and all that. It actually is a very both the facilities, the church and the hall, are very sound structures. Everything's well maintained. We're up to date on all our licensing and agreements and all that, though. And this is really the last thing that really needs to be done. So, and this will go for another, like I say, the units that are now went defunct, 1976. So now when these are replaced, we have several years going forward that will be a facility for the city of Regina that would be well maintained and accessible, so.
Great. Thank you. Right. Any questions for delegation? Oh, there you go. You're blinking. Go ahead, Laurie. Councillor Rashan, you go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you very much for being here today. Yes, St. Mary's is a hub for the community for sure. Have you ever applied for any kind of other incentives before ever in regards to St. Mary's?
So now we are, thanks to Leanne. Leanne's on our council, and she's actually the one that actually coordinated this. So we definitely will look at other avenues to receive funding. Again, it's not as if we are going to require a lot of funding, but we will definitely pursue, and that's what she's currently is doing, though. She's the one who got the ball rolling on this, and she will be pursuing other venues for that.
Well, there's a few, but we thought we'd start here and see if you could help us in any way. We'd really appreciate any support you could give us. As I said, St. Mary's exists to serve the community of Regina, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you. So just to be clear, I was asking if previously, have you ever received any kind of an incentive from the city of Regina at all?
No, we have not.
No.
No, we
Okay,
have not.
thank you for that. And so then this would be used, sorry, again, to, is it units for heating and cooling kind of thing?
Yes.
Is that what you've indicated? And that cost is what?
Well, so the one on top is actually cost us $62,000, and we have a loan out with the Archdiocese for that. But the other 2 units right now, we did do a request to get these quotes in before this meeting, so we are just still finalizing the quotes for those 2 units.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Larry.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate all you brought forward today and all you do for the community and the passion you have for this entity. When you were explaining the past and history, I noted that you had plans going forward. When you're replacing your heating units and you're maintaining the building, have you been paying attention to the sustainability, different tangents that's been talked about in the media going forward, trying to meet the 2050 goals, is my first question. And secondly, as you're performing these repairs, I believe there's also federal grants for retrofit on some applications. Are you aware, and have you been looking into that to maybe retrofit this to a more sustainable format?
Unfortunately, a lot of the places that I've approached for grants, they will not fund anything that has to do with any kind of religious affiliation. And that's very disheartening because, yes, we are a religious organization, but we are in the community as well. And so we believe, you know, we're doing this work. Yes, it's for God, but it's also to help people. That's why we exist. And I can't change their policies about who they'll give grant money to. If that's what they've decided, that they will not fund anybody who has a religious affiliation, I can't do anything about that. All I can do is pursue other avenues.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the delegation? Okay, I see none. Thank you very much for presenting. You may return back to the gallery.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. God
Thank you
bless
for coming.
all.
Next, I would like to call upon Gordon Hipperson. I don't see him. Okay, next I will call, I believe, Jared Bougie. Come to the delegation table, please. Introduce yourself for the record, who organization you represent, if any, where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address the executive committee. Afterwards, you may have there'll be opportunity for the questions of you. Go ahead. Oh, hang on. I need you to give you a microphone. Check out.
Hi. My name is Jared Bougie. I am the owner of Queen City Cakes, and I am here to answer any questions you might have.
Short and sweet, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Committee, any questions of the delegation? Okay. Councillor Rashiani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Love your cakes, and I knew once I saw you who you were. So you're applying for this incentive for what purpose? Like what's?
So we're moving Queen City Cakes into 2310 McIntyre Street, which we bought last summer. So we're just going to be restoring that beautiful building and moving in.
Okay, all right. And so the pieces that you're going to be applying for in this for this incentive would be what? Just give us a rundown.
It's to upgrade the mechanical, the electrical, and the exterior of the building is what
Okay.
I'm requesting funds for.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for the delegation? Okay, I see none. Thank you very much for taking the time to present.
Thank you
You may
very
return
much.
back to the gallery. Thank you. Okay. We'll now consider EX 23-56, Heritage Grants and Tax Exemption. I will turn to Ms. Bryden to introduce the report, please. Where are you? There you go. 3. Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Through you, Mr. Chair. So the city has provided heritage tax incentives or incentives and grants since 1991. And over the years, the program has been adjusted and reviewed. In 2022, we did quite an extensive review on the policy. And since that review, we've seen that review and changes that council adopted to the policy. We've seen an increase in heritage property rehabilitation, which is an indication that heritage property owners are investing in conservation in their properties. In 2022, City Council approved 10 heritage grants and tax exemptions under the new policy, and before you today we have 18, which is a significant increase and also a sign that the policy is working to support the revitalization of heritage properties. Many of our heritage properties are found within city center and surrounding neighborhoods, which are areas that council has prioritized for investment to encourage renewal, intensification, and increased public safety and vibrancy. The Heritage Incentive Program complements other efforts the city is undertaking to revitalize our existing neighborhoods. We are recommending approval of these heritage incentives before you today and are available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Bryden. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Hawkins, thank you. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I appreciate the work that the administration has done on this. I appreciate the fact that the program appears to be working well. Can you very briefly describe the kind of criteria and process that you go through to make these recommendations?
Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that one to Ms. Hill.
Okay, Ms. Hill, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So we have a deadline for applications this year. It was March 31st. And after we've processed those applications for eligibility, we provide them to a sector reference group, which is a panel of experts in the community in heritage and property development and architecture. They review those applications and provide their assessment of the priorities. We sit in a committee meeting to narrow down the recommendations. The criteria that we use is the contribution of the investment, the projects to the heritage value of the property, the urgency, and the degree to which there's a public-facing aspect to those investments. This year we had nearly $500,000 in grant applications and a $250,000 budget, so it was a challenging conversation with that group, but they felt good about the recommendations that they've arrived at.
Thank you. I think you've answered my second question, but I just want you to underline the point that there's a cap on the budget and that you're at the cap but not over the cap.
Thank you. Yes, that's true.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
I think it's important to say in council that we've delegated this to an expert body. We've checked to make sure that they are doing good work, and they are. I think it's very important that we not get into second-guessing individual projects. I support them all strongly.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Zahidniak, you have your hand up.
I do, thank you. My question is actually a follow-up from a great question that Councillor Mancinelli was asking. So the delegation. So it is my recollection that our heritage grants do allow for upgrades in line with the sustainability framework. Can you explain how this process works? Is there, do we prioritize sustainability upgrades in any way? How does that currently work?
Ms. Dryden?
Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Ms. Hill.
Okay, so go ahead.
Through the chair, the sustainability upgrades or energy efficiency upgrades are eligible for incentives, and so they're not explicitly noted as part of the prioritization criteria, but they are certainly eligible. And you know, always when we've sat down to review these applications, the panel has felt strongly that investments in the efficiency of these properties are a high priority for support.
Okay, thanks. So as a follow-up, do you think, I don't know when the process will be reviewed again, but would a future plan from the team be to further prioritize sustainability or energy efficiency upgrades or anything in line with the framework within the application process?
Through the chair, I certainly can commit to looking at that and getting a better understanding of what that would mean. I think there are some other aspects of the incentive programs that we manage that may target those investments more directly. And so let us take that away and review that and get a better understanding to provide to you.
Sure, that sounds great. So when do you think, how would that work? You review it, and then when would you be able to report back on that, just so I can understand?
Sure.
Through the chair, if it is agreeable to this table, we could provide that information in our next incentives approval, so include it within our analysis at that time. So it'd be within the year. We do these on an annual basis.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Nelson, your hand is up again, or your hand is up? Go ahead.
It is, that Councilor Ventura. Just a quick question. Were these properties already on the heritage list, or were they on the, I do believe there's, I can't remember what it's called right now off the top of my head, but it's on the watch list. Were these properties moved on to the heritage list that were on the watch list, or were these all on the heritage list? Through the chair.
Ms. Bryden? Going to Ms. Hill?
Through the chair, there's a mixture here of both inventory properties and designated properties, and one of the properties that is on the list currently has also applied for designation, so that any approvals that we make in terms of that application would be subject to approval of council of the designation.
Okay, so, sorry, I'm just trying to understand this a little bit clearer. So one of the properties is on the watch list that's asking for this incentive. Am I correct in questioning in that answer? Sorry, through the chair.
Through the chair, there are, sorry, I just need to do a quick count. 5 properties that are on the inventory currently that are recommended for approval. There are different eligibility criteria that apply to inventory properties, but they are eligible to receive these incentives. One of those properties is in the process of designation subject to council approval. So 4 properties will remain on the inventory. One is trying to become designated in a concurrent process.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just trying to remember back, we had allocated more money to get properties off the list and into the heritage designation. And I'm not sure if this is out of questioning in the line of questioning that we're talking about right now, but how is that working in that way? And is this process speeding this up in any way through the chair?
Bryden, is that, Ms. Hill, go ahead.
Through the chair, so the intention of the expanded heritage incentives budget was to incentivize both conservation of these properties and transition towards designation and protection for those owners who wish to pursue that. And we are certainly seeing an increase in requests for designation. Regina Planning Commission considered 5 yesterday, and we had a number last year as well. So we are seeing a definite uptick in requests for designation.
Okay, thank you for that. So in this upquest that we're getting, and now we're giving these incentives to people, or to properties, sorry, how are we maintaining getting these, since we do have such an upheaval of requests, how are we handling getting them onto the heritage list? Are we, the chair?
Ms. Bryden, is that you?
Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Ms. Dawson.
Okay.
Thank
Dawson,
you.
go ahead.
Through the chair, I think some of these questions can be, if you look at the recommendations under number 1, it provides the eligibility criteria from the program. And so you can see in there that heritage properties designated and those that are on the inventory, they receive different levels of priority when we go through with our heritage sector reference group in prioritizing where grants and tax incentives go. And so further to that, Table 1 does list all the properties, and in that Table 1, it states whether the property is designated or inventory listed. And the amounts allocated in that table will correspond with the policy in terms of what they're eligible for. And further to what Ms. Hill had mentioned, when we go through and prioritize, you're really looking at the policy criteria, and so there would be some reflection of whether they're designated or inventory on whether they're prioritized or not. And we only have limited amount of grants to provide, and so if there's a heritage designated property and an inventory property, we would focus on the designated property, and that's to incentivize the inventory properties to designate.
Absolutely. Thank you for that clarification. I was reading through that. I have some more questions, but I'll take it offline. Thank you. That's all I have for now. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay. Councilor Rashani?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, so in this, the policy criteria, I guess we'll ask the first question. In regards to these ones that have come forward, is there a reason that it's not shown like who they are for public, these are public dollars that are going to incentives? So I guess the reason I'm asking is that, are they private, are they commercial? And do we weigh that in the matrix at all when they're coming forward with applications? So are the majority of these ones that are here today, are they majority from 1 or 2 groups? Or, do you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to get away with someone coming in and saying, hey, I own 15 properties downtown, I'm gonna apply for here, here, here. And then maybe someone owns 1, and maybe, well, they don't get in. So I'm just wondering, is there some prioritization for that in this matrix, through the chair?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll start. I'll take a stab at that one,
Yeah.
and then I'll refer it off to the team. But I think it's important that we focus on the heritage factor being a focus of the property and not the property owner. So it's, the heritage program is based on the property itself and its attributes, and not who owns the property. And so I think that would be the main focus of what the heritage policy is. And so therefore we just speak to the property address, and that would be similar to any property tax exemptions, for example, that are provided, or based on the property and not the property owner. I don't know if Ms. Dawson or Ms. Hill have anything further to add. No.
So I guess my question is, though, in here, are they majority of corporation rather than personal, I guess, is what I'm trying to understand. Through the chair.
Ms. Bryden, who's going to take that?
Ms. Hill just indicated that there's a real, this is a real mix of single family and some apartments and commercial, I would say.
So in future reports coming back, if there's a report coming back in a year or whatever, I would like to see that. I think that's important for council to understand. That is the 75% of the dollars going out to more of a commercial than less than, single owner. I think that's important. Because a lot of those dollars are wrapped up in big corporations, and sometimes the little ones don't, so it's good to kind of be able to see the balance of that as we move. And I agree with the heritage piece. It's all about heritage. But someone who owns a single rather than a 200 apartment, the dollars are different. And how are we allocating those? I want to ensure that we've got a lot of private, and it just doesn't become, where you've got one or two companies that come in, they own a lot of property downtown, and they're taking advantage of this incentive, which I appreciate, but I also want the one single private owner be able to access that within a portion of that dollars.
Thank you, through the chair. So we can include further information in upcoming reports, but also just as a comment, I would say that when the applications are come in and they're reviewed specifically on the property. And the heritage sector group would review the property and not necessarily who the owner is. So that would also, when we get a large group, those impacts are taken into consideration as to what the property actually needs and whether it's already designated or not. So those things are taken into consideration in the prioritization, but we can certainly provide more information in the upcoming reports.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. I guess just my point again that the cost to a large company is a little bit different than to maybe a single home that it's in the heritage that needs these incentives. So, and I get that it should be on the needs, but again, in the matrix, I just hope it's not favored to the larger rather than the single. That's all I'm trying to get at, the private. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Stanicha, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, through the chair, just to follow up on Councillor Hawkins' question. So what, again, is the amount of the cap each year for grants? 200 and...
Through the chair, the cap is 250,000.
250,000. So the total in table 1, 576,670 is the total of the grant plus the tax exemption. So everything above 250,000 is tax exemption, correct? Okay, that's all I needed to know through the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Was there any portion of any application that was denied?
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, I'll refer that one to Ms. Hill.
Michelle, go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, we weren't able to fulfill every request due to the restrictions on the limited amount of funds and the number of applications that we received. And so what the sector reference group did in working through those applications was if there was room to move a request between grants and tax exemptions, so the property is taxable and had some room on that side to be able to adjust, then we would do so to allow for other like grant applications to be fulfilled, but we weren't able to make the money spread far enough to lift up all requests.
Thank you, through the chair. To be clear, then, you provided tax exemption as the offset in order to spread the money thinner?
Wherever possible, through the chair, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any further questions? Okay, if not, Councillor Hawkins, nothing to call? Okay. Can you start the vote, please?
LeBlanc in favor.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to delegation EX 23-58. I'd like to call upon delegation William Wells. Come to the delegation table desk. Please introduce yourself for the record, organization you represent, if any, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address the executive committee. Afterward, you will have opportunity to answer any questions. Go ahead. Hang on. Let me need to hear you. Got to give you a microphone.
The red light's on means?
Green light is on. Red light is on for you. Yes. Go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah, go
okay.
ahead.
I thought so.
Red is on.
I'm William Wells. I live at 3031 Birch Crescent. I'm a member of the Prairie Executive of the Sierra Club. So I'd like to begin by thanking you for the opportunity to make a presentation on the Renewable Regina Annual Report. In the first paragraph of the discussion section, it alludes to a, quote, sustainable effort from the City of Regina residents in all sectors of the community to reduce energy use where possible and drastically increase energy efficiency, end quote. And then in the second paragraph, it pivots away from engaging the community. Thus, I appreciate this report as a corporate report. I would like to recommend that City Council pivot back to an emphasis on community engagement, and to that end, I'd like to make 5 recommendations to you this morning. So recommendation number 1, not in any particular order, just it's numbered 1 because it's first. And if 2030 still represents a tipping point with respect to the goal of 1.5 degrees by 2030, I would recommend that City Council establish a more routine reporting between then and now than is promised in the measurement and report section of the report. The proposed schedule will leave the Council with little time to react if climate change escalates more quickly than was anticipated 2 or 3 years ago. There might be some evidence on the news of that today. It will be difficult to explain to residents, I would submit, why action was not taken in accordance with the accelerating conditions when you don't have the evidence in which to make the decision. Recommendation number 2. The Energy and Sustainability Framework claims to chart a pathway for responding to the climate crisis. It focuses on 7 big moves and 31 discrete actions, but in many cases has due to dates a decade or more in the future, and this report provides no timeline for the phasing of those actions. So either you will not be aware of them happening, or somehow magically in 2030 something will happen because of a report in 2022, but you will, as a council, not get a report in terms of the steps. In some cases, such as in 4.1, maximizing roof solar PV on buildings, the framework indicates that, quote, new builds will install solar PV supplying 50% of the building's base load to maximum rooftop solar potential starting immediately. This report doesn't tell you in the last year and a half or year how much has been done. Even though it started immediately, the annual report doesn't tell you anything about what happened in the last year or so. This report references key contributions from the Regina Transit Master Plan, the Transportation Master Plan, the Waste Plan, Regina, and the Wastewater Master Plan. But they're only referenced in this report, and there's no timeline or performance measures identified with respect to those plans. So again, not a complete picture for you. That City Council refers this report, I'm suggesting that the City Council refers this report to the administration to establish a baseline reporting expectation with timelines and updates on all of the aspects of the 7 moves and 31 discrete actions and associated plans and bylaws, and not a fragmented multi-decade set of goals without performance measures and timelines. Recommendation number 3, that City Council copy what other cities in Western Canada have already implemented or adopted with respect to the Enter Guides for Home framework. Again, I would encourage City Council to pivot back to engage with the community with respect to climate change. It is fair to say that the framework is neither unique nor groundbreaking, and the latent benefit of this approach is that the operating models already exist and can easily be copied with limited trial and effort risks. In other words, many cities are already doing many of these things. Thus, further to this end, I would recommend that Council re-emphasize engagement with the community found in the opening paragraph of the discussion section of this report. As an example, Edmonton and Calgary have developed a Change Homes for Climate program that includes the Edmonton, and I just used Edmonton in this case, Edmonton Home Energy Map. If you go to the website, you can see the energy demand of every house in Edmonton and surrounding cities. Now, in the marketplace, if I want to sell my house, I would like to have a better score. This is like buying a fridge. I would like to have a better score than a worse score if I'm trying to sell it, because that means my house is worth more. If I'm renting retail property or purchasing or building a building, I want that building to have the highest possible score, because what it says is my long-term operating cost of that property is less. Okay? And that mobilizes the private sector, it mobilizes private capital. Okay. So I would suggest that that might be something to be looked into. And then with respect to the Edmonton and Calgary one, the presenting sponsor for their program is Scotiabank. And their founding sponsors are Alberta Eco Trust Foundation and the Alberta Real Estate Association. Okay? Edmonton also has LightSpark Energy Efficiency Concierge platform, which will help homeowners shift from thinking to acting on carbon reduction. So it helps them. It gives them evidence. The City of Saskatoon has engaged Open Technologies to deliver an online tool to boost homeowner knowledge and motivation to embark on the energy efficiency journey. Each of the 62,000 single-family homes in the city will be assigned a digital energy score equivalent to the Energy Guide for Homes framework used by energy advisors across Canada. If you get a house inspection today, the inspector will tell you if there's parging falling off your basement wall, but they don't tell you what the energy and operating costs of that house will be going forward. So if you're really concerned about parging, we've got the answer, right? But in terms of the future, we're not providing that evidence. Building Benchmark BC provides energy benchmarking in a process of tracking and recording a building's energy performance over time based on fundamental principle that building energy consumption must be measured before it can be managed. Performance data can help owners to identify operating and efficiency improvements. In BC, besides 12 cities that are already in the program, is the Real Estate Foundation of BC.
Mr. Wells, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I gave you extra minute on the 5 minutes, so if you
Okay.
could just please wrap it up. There'll be questions on definitely.
Sure, okay. The fifth recommendation is I would suggest that Regina City Council develop a biodiversity framework to complement the Sustainable Energy and Adaptation Framework. The report highlights how significant trees, by way of example, it's right in the opening paragraph, how important trees are to the citizens of this city. And yet, nothing speaks to that component of dealing with climate change. What is Regina's tree canopy? Many cities are aiming at or have achieved 30%. And we know the benefit of that in terms of heating and cooling. What is Regina's canopy objective? Where are we going? So I would suggest or recommend that that would be the fifth thing that you might consider.
Okay. Thank you very much for presenting. But before I open up the floor, I would like to say welcome to the chamber. You sat here before in a different format.
Yes, over there.
Yeah. I've not seen you in a while, so
That's true.
I recognize you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Just want to acknowledge that as a former councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Standichuk, go ahead.
Oh, I think Councillor Zakiniak goes first.
Was she first? Okay.
I'm sure she's got.
Yeah, my
lots of
apologies,
questions.
then I'll
I
get
saw her
Councillor
name.
Zahidniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think I may only have one question, but we will see. Thanks for being here, Mr. Wells. Have you, I assume you've read the report that we're discussing today, because I want to refer to a part of it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So in the report, it talks about the new community advisory group that the city is in the process of creating. I know that so they're in the process of coming up with this new community engagement process. I know you have lots of ideas, as we've heard today, about what we might be able to do here in Regina as we continue with the framework. Is that something that, are you interested in being a part of that engagement process so that we can capture your feedback in a different format?
The simple answer would be certainly.
Okay, I thought so. So yeah, just to let you know, you raised lots of interesting points. It's hard to really engage with those today. So I think that we'll note that you're interested in being a part of that, and then you can give your feedback in an ongoing way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, Councillor Standichuk, you want to go push? Yeah, I give you the microphone. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, through the chair. First, I guess my first question would be, do you have your presentation in writing, and can you provide it to us through the clerk
Sure.
at a later date so that we can review it?
I have a printed copy here I could give her.
Okay, thank you very much. And I guess my second question is just, there's a number of ideas that you presented, and just in terms of energy efficiency of homes, I guess I'd be curious in your assessment of the fact that we have a lot of poor neighborhoods with a lot of rental properties, and I'm sure that their energy consumption is, that they're not, well insulated, or their energy consumption could be quite high. So I guess my question through the chair is, have you considered, or have you thought in terms of what the city overall could be doing in terms of addressing energy efficiency in poor or rental homes in poor neighborhoods?
If I might, there are, I think, a couple of tacks that one might take. Clearly, there is money available from the federal government, for example. You can borrow up to $40,000 at zero interest for 10 years to do one of a series of things, windows, doors, and so on. I have remodeled a house in the older neighborhoods myself for one of my kids, and it reduced its energy bill by 50%, and I didn't do wild and crazy things. I did sort of pretty standard stuff. So I think if houses, properties, rental houses or businesses or strip malls are rated, consumer choice comes into that in terms of saying, I want the one that's more energy efficient. Why would I pay more monthly forever as opposed to an extra $3,000 on the capital, or $5,000, or whatever the difference in price might be between an efficient house and an inefficient house. One of the things that, and this is a historical note, so it may have changed, a lot of homes in older areas are rental properties, and many of them are rented by social services for some of their clientele. But no building inspecting is done, and the province doesn't require the house to be safe. It doesn't require it to be efficient. It doesn't require it to be anything. You can have holes in the living room floor, and it can still be rented by social services. An advocacy through SUMA might be, if I might be so bold, to suggest that social services should put some criteria on the properties that they pay for, because they're paying for hazardous properties, they're paying for inefficient properties with taxpayer dollars. And people are having to live in those places. And I know that fire can inspect without permission. I know that health can inspect without permission, but unless it's changed, building inspectors can't inspect the house without an invitation. And no tenant is going to, unless they really want to be evicted, is going to invite your inspectors in to do that. So those are a couple of options. One is the economic dynamic of unleashing, if you will, the private sector to say, these are efficient homes, right? Social services, I would think, would care if they're spending way too much money renting a property for reasons that can be fixed down the street. And a lot of those rental properties, at least used to be, are owned by more than one individual, like their corporate or their group who run these properties or who own these properties. For older homes that are owned by residents, certainly if people know, and depending on their wherewithal, accessing federal programs based on knowledge raises the value of their property, particularly if they're thinking of selling. If I'm thinking of selling this house and there's a rating on it, that's going to get me more money. And so maybe a short-term loan before I sell it to get some things fixed would be a good thing. So, I mean, those are a variety of things off the top of my head, so I could be more coherent, I guess, in a more engaged conversation, but thank you for the question.
Okay, and thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Zednik, your hand is still up. Are you still want to speak, or that just you didn't close?
No, I just didn't lower it.
All right, no,
Thanks.
I just want to make sure. Okay, any further questions for the delegation? I see none. Well, Mr. Wells, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will consider item EX 23-58, Renewable Regina Annual Update. If I may ask Ms. Yusek to introduce the report, and I'll give you the mic. There you are.
Okay. Good
Go ahead.
morning. And through you, Deputy Mayor, the report in front of you is an information report on the Renewable Regina Annual Update. The report identifies actions taken since March 2022 to advance the Renewable Regina goals. Progress on the framework supports the city's strategic priority of environmental sustainability, with the goal to achieve net zero emissions and become 100% renewable by 2050. Implementation of the actions included in the framework is the path to achieving this goal. An increase of available renewable energy such as wind, solar, hydroelectric has resulted in a 4% reduction in corporate emissions from 2021 to 2022. We have members of administration here to help answer any questions you have, including Greg Kuntz, our Director of Sustainable Energy and Adaptation, as well as other members of administration, and we welcome any questions you have.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, can I have someone move the report? This is receive and file. Mayor, thank you. I'll give you the microphone. Any questions?
Thank you. Through the chair, what is this report supposed to tell us?
Ms. Yusak?
So this report is an update talking about the actions since 2022. I'm going to pass it to Mr. Kuntz as he was very involved with this report.
Where is he? Oh, he's there. There you are. I'm looking for you over there, but you're right there. Go ahead.
Through the chair, in March 30th, 2022, when the Energy and Sustainability Framework was passed, we were asked to return to committee with an annual report detailing actions taken by administration and with some information on greenhouse gas reduction or increase and energy consumption for the community and the corporation.
Thank you for that. of note, I appreciate the listing of grants and funding either being applied for or having been applied for. I appreciate knowing that. And it could just be a reporting function. Where's the list of actions that have taken place in the last year? That's not, and please don't point me to the 7 big moves, because it's fluff. Like, what are the actual actions we've undertaken? Is that somewhere here that I'm missing?
Through the chair, if you look in Appendix B, there's a list of actions and associated schedule and timeline.
Right on the timeline. And do we know where in process these are and what the outcomes they're hoping to achieve are?
Through the chair, for each individual action, we do know where they are in the process. For some of them, we know exactly what the achievable results are going to be from an energy and greenhouse gas perspective. Some of them are still early in design stage, and we are working on what those are actually going to be, what the impacts are going to be from a greenhouse gas and energy perspective. A good example of this would be building energy or retrofits on existing building stock. We're currently prioritizing what buildings are going to be retrofitted. We do have the energy audits completed. Previously prioritized the work. They do have associated dollars, energy, and greenhouse gas savings. We're prioritizing the work so that we can really put that on a map and say in which projects will save what and in what order, so that we can present that in the future.
Thank you. Through the chair, even on the renewable, the action list of items, I guess what I'm looking for, and it was interesting that the delegation raised this, is the action, the impact, the cost, and available funding for it, even into the future. And it's fine that we prioritize, but sometimes if we're appropriately identifying, we'll prioritize where there's funding available. That would seem to make some sense. I guess the question is, overall, lots of work went into the framework. Appreciate that. Good framework. Fine with that. Have we identified the outcomes, for example, in terms of the action list, what the outcome expectation is, or is that what we're investigating right now?
Through the chair, I would say because we're very early stages of implementing the framework itself, much of this work is in, I guess, early design stage or feasibility stages. We do have an idea in a lot of cases what the impact is going to be, but we do need to do more work to figure that out. In other circumstances, like the green cart rollout, we do have tangible, hard numbers on what the greenhouse gas savings and what the costs of those are going to be moving forward.
But do you think then, through the chair, do you think that that would be valuable information to share?
Through the chair, we can definitely incorporate that into our reporting. In some instances, we're going to have estimates. In some instances, we'll have, very solid numbers. I think we'll just need to be careful, or maybe not careful, but be very deliberate in how we present it moving forward.
Yeah, and thank you, through the chair, not just for us, but transparency through to the public. I understand that the website's being redesigned. I think that's good in terms of just overall fewer fluffy words, just fewer words in general, and a bit more of intention, action, and impact, if that makes sense. I was going to refer it back but I understand there'll probably be some, just to clarify through the chair, you'll be coming back at budget time with some asks specific to the action items. Have I got that right?
Through the chair, there are budget asks that are related to the energy sustainability framework. Ones that are related will be identified as with impacts associated with them. It's also worth noting we are in the process of, I guess I'll say, becoming less fluffy with this. We want to have a public-facing dashboard or information with the information you're talking about. We're just in very early stages of implementation, so how we present that is something we're working on, and exactly what we report is also something we're working on. And sometimes what the processes and mechanisms are for determining even how we define, greenhouse gas, investments related to the ESF versus business as usual investments. So those are some of the things we're working on, because we don't want to change course partway through as we're communicating with the public or with council about exactly what we mean by ESF related actions.
I'm going to ask a specific question through the chair. I'm almost wrapping up here. On your list of Renewable Regina 2022-2023 action list, solar panel installation starting Q1 of 2022. Where are we at with that?
Through the chair, so every new build that I'm aware of is having solar panels installed on the rooftop to the full extent that the structure or the space allows. As we move forward, examples of this are the third pressure solution. We are looking at solar panels on the roof, or maybe ground mount in that case. We've got another pumping station where we're looking at putting solar on the top of that, and that's a refurbishment, not even a new build. So anywhere where we're going in and we're dealing with a new roof or altering the roof, we are looking at putting solar on, and in general, I would say the vast majority of buildings we have put it on. I'll pass it over to Mr. Hansen, maybe to clarify from facilities engineering.
Okay, where are you? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hansen.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Kuntz touched on it from a facilities portfolio perspective. Anywhere where we're re-roofing a facility, we are adding solar panels. Examples of this would be the Glencairn Rec Center, Fire Station 7, and we have a couple more planned for this year. And then new facilities, Maple Leaf Pool, Wascana Pool, Municipal Justice Building, the RPS headquarters facility, those are receiving solar panels as well, or have received solar panel installs. And we're targeting that 50% renewable production target in those systems.
Well, thank you. I think that's fantastic. It would be great if I could see it somewhere in a report or on a website to show that investment and the actual evidence of the action. I think that's fantastic. That's really good work. It's not enough that is done, it must be seen to be done. And I think that's part of the frustration I have personally, is the black hole of information in terms of, you're doing great work. You got to tell people about it. We want it listed. We want to be able, I think, and I'm careful to speak for all of council, but I, for one, would love to point out projects in a list of where we've done this investment to show that action is being undertaken, understanding that the measurement in terms of power savings would come over time and do a year-by-year comparison, pre-solar panels, post-solar panels. But the evidence is important. And so I think that's fantastic, Mr. Hansen. That's a great list. And I appreciate that on a go-forward basis that we would be doing it on other buildings. That's awesome. The volume of projects that we work on, the volume of work that you're doing is a secret. That's my problem with your report. I'll pass it on.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I'll go to you, Councillor Hawkins. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Two questions and a comment. The first question is, where are we at on the geothermal design of the new pool? It's very similar to I'm looking for the kind of action that we just talked about for roofs.
Did you say who we're going to?
I think we'll pass that to Mr. Hansen.
Yeah, Mr. Hansen.
Sure, through the chair. So the maybe just a clarification question. You're asking about geothermal with respect to the indoor aquatics facility?
Yes.
Yes. So that there's a number of pieces behind the scenes that we're working on that while we await the approval on our ISIP application. So we're gearing up to move forward with that once the final approvals are in place, and we can begin some of the procurement activities related to that. But there's work related to mineral rights and working with the ministry on how we can approach that on that site. We're working with the PTRC on next steps, and we also have the design parameters pretty much wrapped up, and we'll be ready to go to the market on that here soon.
I'm optimistic about the funding. Are you optimistic about the work you're doing that will be a success here?
Yes, through the chair. There's a lot of information, a lot of details to work out. We are optimistic as well. The ministry, communication with the ministry has been positive, and it sounds like there will be a solution there around mineral rights. So all indications are we'll be able to proceed as planned.
Good news, thank you. The second question relates to the last point that former Councillor Wells made. I'm intrigued by his comment about tree canopy. This is a receive and file, but I'm going to ask for an undertaking from the administration. And the undertaking is this: in the next report back, can we learn what the extent of our tree canopy is? This is in percentage terms, I think, what the goals are and the progress that we're making towards the goals for tree canopy as a way of improving efficiency, sustainability in the city.
Ms. Cusack, that's...
Thank you, we'll take that back.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And then the third and final point, I'm a little less polite than the mayor, I think. I'm kind of impatient about this, and I want to see concrete numbers. I want to see progress being made. I'm very conscious that 2050 is not that far away, and I'd like to see in our next report actions that are moving forward, even if not complete, where they are. So I'd like to underline the mayor's comments, and I'd like to say that I'm anxious that we get on with this job. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Stan, I guess we got Councillor Zahidniak. Go ahead. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Go ahead. You're muted.
Is it me, not
That's you.
Councillor Stanichuk?
I'm trying to get it out of my system here.
Okay.
Got caught on the two names.
So I do have a few questions. First of all, I'm just looking at my notes here. What is the current staffing complement for the sustainability team, and how does that align with the recommendations from the consultant and the framework?
Cusack?
Through the chair, our current complement is 4 FTEs, including Mr. Kuntz. And I believe the recommendation from the consultant was 8.5. The last year's budget did include 5 FTEs. We did staff it at 4. As you know, we have competing priorities within the city, and we will be going back to our senior leadership team to talk about this fall, to talk about our resourcing.
Okay, and just to be clear, so the recommendation from the consultant within the framework was 8.5 FTEs by now. Is that accurate?
Mr. Kuntz.
Did Cusack?
I'll move, yeah. I think Mr. Kuntz has some more of the history.
Through the chair, it wasn't as exact as 8.5 by 2023 or anything like that. However, it was indicated by the consultant that 8.5 was the number they would recommend as a starting point to move the recommendations forward. They had no indication on how that should be staged or staggered, or even, where those positions should be allocated within the organization.
Okay. And so with the current 4 FTEs, is it creating an impediment to progress on the framework at this point?
Through the chair, I think It's what we require right now. There's an awful lot of work to be done, but as I mentioned, we will be going back to senior leadership. I believe, Mr. Kuntz, if you wanted to add about our requirement in the fall.
Through the chair, one piece of work that's become abundantly clear that actually is not directly identified in the ESF is climate adaptation plan. And as Councillor Hawkins brought up about the tree canopy and whatnot, that's more what that would talk about, like urban forest park design standards to deal with the effects of climate change as we're seeing them. So that's one area we really want to key into and address, and that would be what any requests in the near future would be looking at.
Great. Now, on that note, one of the points that we heard from the delegation, I believe, was about a biodiversity plan, if I'm getting that right. Well, so I think what you're saying is some of that would come in the climate adaptation plan in relation to trees. Do you think that biodiversity will be covered in that plan in any other format?
Through the chair, to some extent, and it depends. We can really scope the plan as we see fit and deliver on a broad range of items. These plans range from adaptation that focuses strictly on our water and wastewater systems, which is the most impacted by climate change, to how we design parks, to how we maintain roads, to how we build the biodiversity into parks. So it's really a conversation we're going to need to have in the near future on what the scope of work we really want to look at in that plan would be, and then scope it appropriately and move forward with it.
Okay, and so on the note of trees, so I believe the GHG reductions from our tree canopy right now, if I remember correctly in the report, was 2% reduction from our canopy. So first of all, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm wondering the number of trees and that GHG reduction, how does that compare to previous years? How are we doing with our tree canopy?
Through the chair, so I'm by no means an expert on the tree canopy. I wish Russell Irick was here potentially, but I do speak with him frequently. The number of trees we have in 2022 versus 2021 are definitely down. We did lose some trees due to drought and other reasons. And that did have an impact on the GHG removal from city tree canopies from 3% in 2021 to 2% in 2022. The added effect of losing but planting trees is that big trees remove more carbon, and it takes time for these trees to get up to a point where they're really effective at providing shade, providing relief from wind, and also removing greenhouse gas emissions from the atmosphere.
Okay, Ms. Yusak, Mr. Irick just came into the room. If he'd like to pull himself up and answer about the tree canopy. Yes, we are. Mr. Irick, come on up. And so Mr. Irick is in the room.
Sorry.
I'll give him a microphone, and if you want to ask him a question?
Okay, well, I think based on Councillor Hawkins' question, in future reporting, we'll also see some additional data about the tree canopy. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yes, that is. We are doing the state of urban forest every year. We are also working to actually start to do carbon calculations based on the urban forest as a whole throughout the community. Illustratively, we've been working with some software where we're starting to get some scientifically valid numbers, and I think there's some really interesting work in the next year or so.
Okay, and since you came into the room and came up just to answer questions, is there anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Irick?
Through the chair, not at the moment, sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, so another question I have is in relation to energy consumption. So our amount of energy consumption is has gone up according to the report. However, our we achieved, I think it was 4% GHG reductions at the same time. So if someone can just clarify how that a bit, like why that's occurring, each one of those things, I think that might be helpful.
Okay, well, you know what? We are at the mandatory break right now, and we could continue, but there's few of us need to do a few things. If you could hold that answer and hold that question, we'll be back at back at 10:02 or 10:50. Okay, thank you. Go. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Yeah. Councillor Zahidniak, continue.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to repeat my question, assuming that people weren't thinking about it for the past 15 minutes. So it was that, our energy consumption, based on my interpretation of the report, has gone up. However, our emissions, we've achieved more emissions reductions with alongside the energy consumption. I think I phrased it better the first time, but maybe we could just have administration explain what's going on for us through the chair, please.
Okay, did you say? Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. I think that's a great question because it is very confusing why energy consumption did increase and yet community emissions have dropped. Part of the reason for the energy consumption increase is really we were looking at going from 2021 to 2022, and we were coming out of COVID, so there was a lot more increased activity. That included increased transit usage and electricity in buildings. We all know that the winter of 2022 was colder than usual, so that really increased our natural gas consumption. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Coons. He's going to discuss why the emissions actually dropped during that time.
Through the chair. So I think what we're seeing is something that we're going to see as a fairly common item moving forward of overall energy consumption increasing as we move forward. As we bring more buildings online, we're going to use more energy. The key to this is not all forms of energy are created equally when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. Electricity being the cleanest, moving into natural gas, and then diesel fuel being the dirtiest. So what we really saw was a transition on two parts. One part being our landfill gas system was expanded and came online in full production in 2022 with the new well system. That reduced our emissions corporately by about 30,000 tons, I believe. And then the real big win, and you know, this is a real shout out to Sask Power, I guess. They cut their carbon intensity factor on their grid, which is a measure of how much carbon they emit per unit of energy. So if you have lots of coal, very little solar and hydroelectric, you have a very high intensity factor. If you have a lot of hydroelectric and a lot of solar and wind and less coal, you have a better and a higher, or sorry, a better but a lower greenhouse gas intensity factor. They were able to cut their greenhouse gas intensity factor from 2021 to 2022 by 13%. And that's a huge improvement on the provincial electrical grid. And that's really, those two things combined led to us having an overall reduction. And as we see Sask Power reduce more and more into the future, we'll see how that transition to more electric vehicles or electricity for heating and cooling functions will really improve our greenhouse gas numbers as we move forward.
Okay, thanks. And I think if I remember correctly, the emissions reductions that we did see from within the past year was 4%. So just to clarify that, and then with that 4% reduction, if we were to maintain that level each year, would that put us on track for reaching our goals?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question. So with that, and obviously we want to trend this over a longer period of time, but if you look at strictly that 4% reduction and what it equates to in greenhouse gas, if we have that same tonnage of reduction year over year until 2050, we will. If we just simply put a straight line to it, we will achieve our corporate goals. It's not that simple. The reductions we're seeing now are generally the low-hanging fruit, the easy stuff to get. So generally we want to see those reductions the highest in the earlier years, and then it gets harder and harder to do as we move forward. So if we can maintain that number on average over the 27 years left, yes, absolutely, we're on track corporately.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe we've had some discussions around this table about improving the, plans to improve the environmental impacts section of reports. So whether to, I mean, I think in a couple of ways, for more consistency and also to be more comprehensive. I didn't see that mentioned in this report, so I'm just wondering where that process is at.
Through the chair, so this ESF report, or this Renewable Regina report, focuses, mostly, I would say, on greenhouse gas reductions. The topic of environment is wide-ranging and, crosses several boundaries even within the city and several regulatory areas. So I think I can take this back and speak with some folks, but I think it's a function of identifying what areas are important to council, and then bringing the right players to the game when we're filling out those sections, because there are multiple areas in the city, such as environmental services and WWE, who would have potential comments to strengthen, or even parks for that matter. Although they're parks division, they do deal with a lot of environmental regulation and environmental factors. So that's something we can take away.
Okay, sounds good. And I'm almost wrapping up. So I think your mandate is to come back with a report each year. And so when will we get another report on this? It'll be next year at some point? Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that's accurate, yes.
Okay. And I think just finally, I appreciate and understand the comments that others have made in relation to including data in future reporting. And I agree, I think that's important. I also understand this is your first attempt at giving us an annual report, so I think it's fair that there would be feedback on how you can strengthen those reports in the future. And I hope that we'll see some additional information, more in-depth information in the future, and also once you have additional staff to help you be able to report back on the work more comprehensively. And so I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Stanichak, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I did have a similar question to Councillor Zakidniak. She asked how many full-time equivalents are working on this issue. So through the chair, I guess what I'd like to follow up with is how many of those 4 full-time equivalents are working solely on this issue, or do they have many other portfolios?
Through the chair, those 4 FTEs are working exclusively on this file.
Okay, good. In terms of one of the comments made by the delegation, the fact that we are seeing, especially this year, we're seeing a significant impact of climate change. 5 million hectares, I think, of forests are being burnt, which is more than like several years combined. Does the plan have flexibility if we find we need to perhaps emphasize a certain one of the 7 moves with a little bit more, like either increase the timelines for when we want to deal with it, or maybe emphasize one of the 7 big moves? Do we have that kind of flexibility through the chair?
Did you say?
Through the chair, the plan is a living document, and the intent is to revisit it and identify, where opportunities lie, what new technologies may be available. One of the things we're working hard on understanding right now is where we can have the biggest impact, but also where, as you saw in the friendly report, we put a section on funding and federal funding, where that funding is available, and we generally prioritize it there, and luckily enough, where they're prioritizing their dollars is where we can have the biggest impact. So there's a lot of things that go into where we prioritize. Obviously, direction of council is number 1, but we aim to come back to council with recommendations on where we put the work and the money based on funding on impact and on return on investment.
Great, thank you. In terms of the funding, the table on page 2 is, that's all federal or FCM, it's all federal grants that we're applying for. Is that correct, through the chair?
Through the chair, I believe all of them have a component of federal. However, some, like the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, do have provincial as well.
Okay, thank you. There was a discussion about trees as a carbon sink. I also want to know if we've looked at, you've considered native grasses also as a carbon sink, and if we could be using that, and if we're going to be measuring that as well. There's opportunities to, to set aside land for more native grasses because they are considered, I think, quite a significant carbon sink, through the chair.
So through the chair, things like native grasses are really more considered in those adaptation and resiliency plans than in the mitigation plans. The amount of carbon sequestered is, relatively low. That being said, we're not going to ignore that. I know as we move into the adaptation world, we've already started engaging with our folks at Parks and Waterworks and whatnot. And, things like grasslands and things like that are a key component. They have huge advantages when we have heavy rainfall events and, things like that. But they do absolutely act as a carbon sink as well, and we can measure and report on that.
Great, thank you. Just a couple more questions. I noticed that, I can't remember where it is, but it is on some of the charts. There was on the energy usage, Real is listed in there, and that they've had a significant increase as well in energy consumption. And so through the chair, I guess I'm curious, I know that they were using Green Wave, a company that was doing an energy audit for them. So was it just an audit that was being done? And I'm not, if you don't have this information, that's okay. But I was surprised to see an increase in energy consumption there.
Through the chair, that was actually just a mistake in communication of energy consumption between Real and the city when we were putting together the previous inventory. In fact, I believe that their energy consumption has remained relatively consistent.
Okay. Thank you. And the last question I had was regarding the Big Move 6 and active transportation. Can you provide a little more information about, because there isn't a lot of action on that yet, and where we are planning as a city to go to try to improve our trail system and bike paths, et cetera, to allow more active transportation, through the chair?
So that's a great question. As we proceed with work related to the ESF, it obviously impacts other master plans as we move forward. And we have been engaged, and we plan on engaging more fully with the folks, who do the updates on the transportation master plan to really see what it says, how it aligns with our plans, and then, adjust the transportation master plans to ensure it meets the goals of the energy sustainability framework. That work hasn't really started in earnest to date, but it is in the near future. We plan on doing that, and then coming up with I guess better indicators on how many active transportation routes are in place, what constitutes active transportation, because the definitions may be very different from the transportation master plan to the ESF, and reconciling those differences if they do exist, but then really mapping out a plan forward as we go.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, is that for like next year? Would you expect that we'd have some kind of a report on it by next year?
Through the chair, I would need to touch base with our counterparts in sustainable infrastructure and to see where they're at with it, because we don't want to impact another department's work and throw it off the tracks entirely just because we want to do it. But they also do. Sustainable infrastructure does realize that environmental sustainability is a key priority for the city, and, you know, they've been very good at working with us on, you know, advancing some of that work ahead of maybe where it would have been before if the ESF had not existed.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevens?
Thank you, through the chair. I like the high-level reporting, general timelines, emissions and energy consumption charting, very much appreciated. To be honest though, I was prone to just vote against the report, if only to send it back and have administration return with the details that I think you're seeing coming up from council that we desperately need in terms of benchmarking. I'll get to that point because we're, you know, if we're planning the budget, we kind of have to plan it around the objectives that you've set here. High level, we see all the framework intentions, but could you answer what the framework says in terms of where we should be at right now versus the work that you've done and what you plan to do in the next year? So in other words, are we in lockstep with that objective in the framework?
You say back to Mr. Coons?
So through the chair, I'll break this into pieces a little bit. As far as the objective, we do have, you know, a numerical objective for greenhouse gas emissions for the community. And that is determined through quite a complex model. And we do plan on doing that model again, I guess in 2 years from now, and reporting back to council on community emissions. Where we're working on, you know, really what those numbers need to be are on internal actions right now. It's a little more complicated than just the corporate, or sorry, the community emissions. So things like fleet electrification, for instance. We're currently working on prioritization and EV implementation plan, so we know what vehicles to replace, when to replace them, where we need charging infrastructure and the likes, and that's really going to drive where our targets go. So there's a little bit of groundwork in some of these areas that we need to do, probably in all the areas that we need to do, to come up with a reasonable, you know, a reasonable goalpost to pass. And we don't want to just go, like I was mentioning to some colleagues earlier, we don't want to just say we're at 100%, we need to get to 0%, draw a straight line, because the practicalities of life really don't allow that. So we are working on these bigger items on what are the pieces we need to understand to make this a realistic implementation moving forward, and then map around that, but also ensure it meets our goals of our emissions reduction targets.
Thank you. I appreciate the complexity. So could I ask then to administration as a whole, if we're going to see more granular information and better benchmarking in the future, is that something that we could hold administration accountable for? So if we're going to see a future report, can you show me, here's generally where the framework says we should be, here's where we're at, choose the target, and then an explanation as to why there is a gap between them. Is that something that we could feasibly see in future reporting?
Through the chair, that's exactly where we want to go with it. What I can't commit to is having, you know, a full list of those next report, but the ones that we do have, definitely including in and showing what the trajectories are versus, or sorry, showing what the plan or the need is versus where we are in that plan. That is definitely something we plan on bringing forward.
Thank you. As a follow-up, the framework also has a financial component. Obviously, those numbers can change for all sorts of reasons. Is that something you could also chart? In other words, every year we should be spending X as a municipality on these initiatives in accordance with the framework. Here's how much we've spent, and then itemize those projects?
Through the chair, yes, with a caveat. The appropriate way to do sustainability isn't to do sustainability. It's to build a building that's sustainable, to, you know, build a system that's sustainable. And there are dollar components that go into that are directly related to the sustainability component. Kind of carving out what that is difficult. And we're working on how we do that in a systematic way, because we don't want this just being, you know, the Wild West or free-for-all. Someone saying, I want my project to look better from a sustainability perspective, so I'm going to say 50% of this is sustainability, when in fact it isn't. So those are items that we're really working on, and, you know, we've been working with the facilities groups on understanding and the consultants that they've brought on board for projects like the indoor aquatics facility, okay, what component of this is actually, sustainability versus business as usual? So it is something we're definitely working on so that we can, have better reporting and better statistics around dollars spent on sustainability moving forward.
Great, thank you. That leads me to my next question, which has to do with collaboration within the departments. So you're right, there's nothing unique about anything we're doing. It all ties into transit, forestry, and so on. So, as I understand it, leadership shouldn't just come from you and your office. It actually needs to be at the very top of the organization as well as people doing day-to-day activities. What are your challenges in actually having that happen? And how do we bolt that collaboration into the day-to-day activities of planning a new building as we redesign the OCP and so on?
Through the chair, so there's kind of multiple answers to that. In some areas, it's education. Some people just generally don't understand, the implications of their work, but also how it's such a grandiose problem, how it ties to finance, how it ties to environment, how it ties to, the underprivileged in our city and how it all plays off of each other. And we're really working on educating people on the benefits and the co-benefits of this work moving forward. And what we've found is when folks, so especially when leadership hears about the co-benefits, they're really on board. A lot of our people in the workforce, they're already on board. They see the benefits day to day. And, we haven't really had to drag anybody kicking and screaming across the finish line saying this is how we want to do it. Once we tell that story and we get the information to them that they need, it's really quite easy to get them on board. And, it's a function mostly of how my group and myself, how I communicate with the rest of the organization and how I can, bring them along and address any concerns they have and show them the benefits moving forward.
Okay. I guess I'd follow up and say, what if they don't? And I'll ask that, like a specific example is, often we've talked about high level, a concept related to a design of a new neighborhood. And some of us will ask, well, are they positioning new properties to align with maximizing solar generation? Are they entrenching into the very design active transportation like dedicated bike lanes? Usually we get the answer of no. Those are in the design standards. Who's working on that change in alignment with what you're talking about? And if they don't, how do we then impress upon planning and other departments to actually build things that are in alignment with these objectives?
Okay, go ahead.
Through the chair, I would say at that point, if there's non-compliance from an employee perspective on what we have set out as our priorities and commitments, the expectation frankly would be that he would elevate it and it would come through ELT for a conversation and a reiteration of our expectations. Because frankly, we can't just leave it to the area to fight through all of that stuff if there's a need to. So it would come through the ELT table to the city manager and we would reiterate expectations.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate this is the first report. That was very helpful. Maybe a request. Because this is embedded in everything we're doing, and the budget is often a reflection of our priorities, it would be very helpful for many reasons in the next budgeting process as we're communicating, put some of these targets in there, specific projects, dollars, in alignment with what your team is able to put together. Because then we can make budgeting decisions based on these and other priorities for the city. And as the mayor suggested, there's a lot of work being done. We should probably promote that and talk about how budgets can deal with flooding as much as they can deal with a sustainability plan, and it satisfies, I think, a bunch of interests. So that's something that, as an undertaking, we could ask administration to do as it's crafting the budget documents, if only for presentation.
Ms. Huzik? Lacey, go ahead.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I'd just like clarification around that, because I think a lot of those investments are on the capital plan. And so if you're looking in the capital plan, basically an identification of those projects that'll have a significant energy component to it, what the cost is and what the expected benefits or outcomes are of that investment. I think that, yes, is certainly something that we can look at in the next report that we bring forward in the budget.
That's helpful. Sure, we'll have a chance to talk about it as it builds, so appreciate it. Finally, I guess in terms of how we count items in the chart that you've provided, I worry that we might be padding a list, and they're certainly related, but for instance, there might be a facility energy audit, and then as a separate item, there's a facilities retrofit. As I see it, they're both the same. So in other words, as an example, when I invested in my home under the Green Energy Grant, the audit and the construction were basically the same project, but we count them as separate. So I'm kind of curious as to why we're doing that, and if it makes the list look a bit longer than it needs to be.
Okay, second, Mr. Coons, is that to you?
Through the
Go ahead.
chair, I think it's mostly a function of just how we collected the information, and we collected distinct projects with distinct budgets and put them in the line items. I think what you're going to see is we wanted to tell a bit of a story as well. So we wanted to say, like, we are monitoring energy and we're doing audits, and then we're stepping into retrofits, just to make sure, you know, there's this clear line. We're not just going and, you know, slapping insulation on buildings or changing things out. We have a systematic approach, and then an approach to measure and report back on those results. So I would say next year you're going to see the audits and stuff fall, unless we do another audit program, of course. That would fall off the list, and then we'd be back just into retrofitting buildings and whatnot. But it's largely there because it's a distinct line item, but then also we want to make sure that you're seeing the investment in understanding the problem before we just go out and try to fix a problem.
Thank you. Just by way of conclusion, I think you can tell that there's a lot of impatience. We want to see what's being done, but also we want to make sure that there's meaningful action and advances being taken. So that seems to be a general agreement around the table. I appreciate the work that's been done. Obviously, we have a lot of ways to go here.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So a number of my questions have been asked, but I do want to ask about, we approved a grant that went out to people that wanted to put in energy efficient windows and blah, blah, blah. Can I ask, like, why was that, like, those are things that we've done. Was it a success? How many people did we have apply? Like, that is the information that I would like to see in this. Because that, you just said it, tells our story of what we're doing. I would be honest, the information that you provided was, I would have liked to see more detail, as others have indicated. But can I ask why something like that, where we actually dedicated dollars, was not in this? Through the chair.
Absolutely, through the chair. The only reason that's not included is because the program's not complete yet. We haven't analyzed the numbers. The program actually has been extended to November for the participants in it, because we've seen problems with people wanting to put solar on, but they need to replace their roofs, and it was a bit of more work than anticipated. So the program's extended to November. It'll be in the next iteration of this report. We don't have complete data on it, so we didn't think it would be appropriate to report back on the success or not success of that program moving forward.
So as a counselor, I would say that even the information that you have to date, with some of the ups and downs in the program, is good to have. It's good knowledge for us to have. So I would say that not every program is going to be perfect, but it gives us the information that we need to understand how this process is going. So I would see value in that, even if it's not completed. So the other thing that we heard from the delegation, and I've mentioned this many times, we are still, we're still behind. Many municipalities across Canada and North America have these plans already in place. We should not need to have someone start from the ground up to write some of these policies. So, again, Calgary, Edmonton, look at cities that are even the same size. Those are the kinds of things that I hope we're looking at. We're not reinventing, we shouldn't have to reinvent the wheel. So is staff doing that through the chair?
Through the chair, absolutely. We're running to catch up with a lot of municipalities right now, and to be honest, if I can take something that works in another municipality and just use it, I do all the time. Examples of this are around, transit electrification. A lot of other cities were running pilots and trials on it. We're working off of their information. Edmonton and Regina, Saskatoon and Regina, we're not all that different, so we're using their information and we're going in and we're electrifying our bus fleet through the Zero Emissions Transit Fund funding. Other things around, vehicle charging infrastructure and the likes, we're not starting from scratch on that. We're starting from where other municipalities are or are even completed, and we're just building on that. So for the most part, unless there's a very specific regional context we need to take into consideration, we just build off of best practice from other communities.
So, through the chair, so we're kind of picking and choosing where we see that we want to move things forward. Well, I'll throw in the tree thing, and I'll throw in the building codes for developers who are building homes. Like, we come all the time and we have to say, what are the standards? Where is that at? Well, you can go across Canada to see there is many net zero homes or home builders that are moving in that direction. They're way ahead of us. So, again, looking at those things in consultation with the building industry, going out and coming forth with some of these, Dream has said they're already doing it. So I feel like we've been talking about this for quite some time to still wait and see that we don't have that assessment, unless you're saying we do, through the chair.
So some things, there's building code items that I maybe will allow Mr. Comrie to comment on that are different than, for instance, we're working on streamlining retrofits for energy efficiency within our own department. We can do some of that, apart from the building code and things like that. We still need to meet building code, but there's some things we can do to streamline it and just adopt what's being done elsewhere. But I'll allow Mr. Comrie to expand upon that.
Okay, where is he? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, through the chair. Yes, the building code, there's two energy standards. One's for the residential properties and one for more commercial style properties. Those are being adopted by the province in January, and they do have minimum, levels. This is the first time the codes will have tiers. There's one of the standards has 4, the other one has 5, but basically once you get to the top of that, you're at net zero ready or around there. So there are some minimum standards that the province is adopting January 1st. They have given us the opportunity that we could accelerate that through municipal bylaw, which is unique, something that we haven't had the opportunity in because they typically do enforce and adopt the provincial standards. There is a grant funding application. There was, I think, about $100 million from Efficiency Canada that we've applied for funding through to accelerate those codes. So they've set aside some money to help municipalities or private companies even to help move those codes further. And the province has put in an application that we've signed on to agree with, along with Saskatoon, the Regina and Region Home Builders Association, and the Home Builders Association in the Saskatoon region. So it's a partnership. We don't know the results of that application yet, but that would help us get some funding, boots on the ground staffing to help more on the contractor side, like learning how to not only design but to more so build to these new standards, and to know what difficulties they might have and how we can help support that. I think it's a little bit easier on the regulation side. We could say tier 2, tier 3 tomorrow, and it's easier for the city, it's harder for the contractor. So that's what that application is in hopes to do. And then that will determine how fast we do adopt those further tiers. The province has committed to adopting a more aggressive tier for the housing side in 2025. So it'll kind of go up a notch, I guess, in 2024, January 1, and then again in 2025. But it's still to be determined on how we're going to progress as a province through those, and hopefully some of that funding and research will, bring us to a faster approach, and that was what the funding's for.
And if I could expand on that, we are working in lockstep with home builders on this work. Much of it we're partnering on and putting these on, together, understanding that creating capacity in the industry is critically important. We, like Mr. Connery said, we can't just change a code and then expect everybody to be able to follow it or build to it. So one of our key items is we are working with the industry to build competencies around these areas moving forward.
Thank you. Again, that would have been awesome to have in this report, just knowing that industry is being engaged as to moving forward in those steps. Again, it's just another step in the process that we know we're going to see. We also heard in Calgary, they've got big partners as Scotiabank, Real Estate Association, things like that. Who is going to be within, I don't know if it's your area or whoever, would be looking for any type of large partners that would be coming on board for something like this for similar to Calgary, or are we doing that work through the chair?
That's a great question through the chair. We're doing that, and we haven't explored the opportunity of a Scotiabank or someone like that, but SaskPower and Sask Energy are people we're definitely working with and talking about how we can partner to move things forward. There's also been a lot of talk around how we can leverage credit unions and other financial institutions to help move this along, and like the incubators and whatnot. So while they're not the same, they're maybe more local or more local context, but the SaskPower, Sask Energies of the world, we're really working closely with on what we can do moving forward, how we can fund some of this moving forward, what incentive programs we can put in moving forward.
Thank you. I think a financial institution would be a key partner for sure. Again, not sure it falls here with your area, but there does have to be some mechanism to be able to go out and look at the granting and looking at the sponsors as we move forward in this process.
Through the chair, absolutely, and we'll be working closely with our communications department who handles that. We've looked at it for some other areas that we're moving forward, and they just haven't panned out, but I think there's a lot of opportunity there moving forward, and I'll be definitely engaging with our communications team.
Okay. And just, I guess, the last one around resources, well, actually I have two. Before I go there, the trees and the canopy, talk about your one entity now of the city, say, but we've got other different areas of the city. I'm wondering that by being on your own, has it created, like Councillor Stevens was kind of saying, to layer in, like when we do the age-friendly and we do these other things, we ask that to be the lens of everything that we kind of look at. Now that you're an entity on your own, do you feel that almost, it's harder to get in now with the planning and all these other, because, it's one thing to be on your own, but the other to be layered in, and I'm seeing, only 4 resources, we might need more resources. When you look at the list, you also use other departments, engineers, and all that other stuff that do the work as well. I don't want to go into more duplication and creating another whole area that just becomes another separate entity. It's my worry.
Yeah, so through the chair, that is something that we always do take into consideration. Essentially, moving and being our own entity has probably helped us. Previously, we would be embedded within another department, an operating group or something like that. And inevitably, being in that close proximity to that operating group, those problems seem to take priority. Being separated, we can really take a corporate lens approach to it, and I've had extremely good success working across the organization with different divisions and different departments. And I think what it does, it allows us to work with those groups and embed a lot of the knowledge and information and skills that they need so that they can start taking this on their own, and then we can step back. And then we can focus our attention elsewhere. It's not like we're embedded in one area. We're to help them, and then what happens after, we've done all the work we need to do. We do the work we need to do with an area, if they're very mature in delivering these things, we provide guides, we maybe provide some research, we provide that corporate and that environmental lens to them. They go away and they do it. And then we'll go back and review and we'll find areas for improvement. There's other areas that are far, far less mature in incorporating these sustainability initiatives. So what we'll do is we will really work closely with them. We'll build out programs and structures for them to use, teach them how to use them, and then when they're self-sufficient, we move on to something else. So I actually find it much better being separated from the groups doing the work. I built great relationships, we have great teams, and they're all more than willing to work together with us to get this going. And they're more than willing to take on the work once we really teach them what they need to know to move it forward.
Okay. And just the last point is about capturing the data and technology. So I've kind of heard that we also need more technology in order to capture the data. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, we were just having a conversation about this earlier. I think our ability to capture data is pretty good. Our ability to synthesize and understand data is what we're really working on right now. All the information, all the questions that I'm being asked right now about what are we doing, what's out there, I can assure you 90, 95, maybe even better than that % of the data we have. It's just what data is important, how do we present it in a way that makes sense and is impactful to the people we present it to, and that's really our focus and something we're working with, and we're working with the Transformation Office on how to really use that data to tell a compelling story.
So just a comment, thank you for that. I would say that that's where we could utilize other municipalities of how they do that, because I think we could probably learn from that, and I think you've heard that today. The information that we want to access out of these reports, but also capturing that data, but what is it telling us and where do we have to move forward?
Absolutely. Through the chair, we're actually meeting with City of Calgary on how they present idling and how they report idling. They've got a fantastic system in place and we've had great success. We've had some pretty good success, but we think we can do better, so we are engaging with Calgary. And the nice thing about municipalities is if they design a system, they're usually pretty okay, unless it's proprietary, to hand it over to another municipality. So they're going to share all their secrets with us, and we're hoping we can incorporate that in a much quicker fashion than designing our own system.
All right. Thank you very much. Trees and more trees.
I love trees myself, so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor Masters, you up?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I can't take it anymore. I was trying, but with every question coming from my fellow councillors, it's all about what? I'm going to pick up something you just said, idling. You said Calgary's had success, we've had some. What is our success on idling?
That's a great question. That's something our team's actually really quite proud of. And I'm quite proud of the operating areas for the results we've seen. We've had some stumbles in the early going of it. We're seeing extremely high idling numbers in the fall and late winter, or I guess late part of 2022. 2023, we started using our telematics systems to report back to the operating areas on a monthly basis what their idling was, just to get a handle on it. And the feedback we heard was, it's not enough. We can't go out to our people and tell them you idled this much last month, because that meant nothing to them. We brought it down to a weekly basis, still not enough. So in May, we went daily reporting 5 worst offenders, every department, and we reported it out, and expected, managers, supervisors to go out and do something about it. And they did. We saw a reduction from, I believe it was 42% idling percentage in April to 26% in May. So what we're finding out is, timely data, almost real time, but not quite, and specific to the needs of the operations groups is critical. And, we're continuing into June. We're still seeing good results, and what we're working on now is not seeing a backslide and really still pushing. But what we found is that our managers and supervisors they want to save money. They want to cut the greenhouse gas emissions, and they're doing something about it. And we've seen some pretty good results, I would say.
Excellent. Through the chair. In your report, one of these.
Yes.
One of these, which also appear in our annual returns. I'm just going to tell you, what does this tell me? This one says fleet energy consumption, kilowatts per thousands. I got pretty pictures of icons of the type of vehicle and 3 years worth of data. So what? What does it tell me? What's this page for?
Through the chair, this is so that we can break down and identify where our energy is being used as a corporation and what the general trends are moving forward. So if you look at fleet energy consumption, for instance, transit, it's one of our largest consumers. We are working on revamping how this looks, so any feedback is more than welcome on what would make more sense. But we can identify, where are we using the most energy, where can we have the biggest bang for our buck, and then as we start transitioning energy sources, so transit's a great example, as we start transitioning to electric buses, what does our energy consumption profile look like, but more importantly, what does our greenhouse gas profile look like, and how can we reduce those greenhouse gases moving forward?
Do you think that's important information to put on this piece of paper? What you just explained this information is for?
Through the chair, the information I would say is on the paper, but we're not doing a very good job of presenting it in a way that means something to the general, to the common resident, I would say.
Yeah. I'm happy. Is our baseline year 2021, 2020?
Sorry, through the chair, are we talking for the ESF or for the energy?
I don't know. What are we talking about? I got 2020, I got 20, there's some I don't have 2021 on. Do we have data from 2020? Is that
Through
what
the chair, we do have data from 2020. We present the past 3 years strictly because space considerations on the inventory.
City of Regina energy sources. What does this tell me? What does this one tell me? That I can see city biogas went up, that's fabulous. Is that success? Where were we trying to get to?
Through the chair, in a previous slide, it shows the renewable energy sources, and that would be city biogas, landfill gas to energy, and solar, and they all went up considerably from previous years, so yes, I'd consider that a success.
Sorry, what does success look like? Define it in a sentence.
I would say the considerable increase we've seen is a success. Now, we do not have this benchmark to where we want our targets to be at, but we've seen, 4 times increase in landfill gas to energy. That's really impressive. We've seen, substantial biogas and a 300% increase in solar. So I would say that's a success.
From a council perspective, when we're trying to communicate with citizens or residents about work that's being done and where success has been achieved, I mean, when success hasn't been achieved, it's in a process, it's in works. But when you've doubled the use of biogas or the landfill gas to energy from 1500 to 5908, like that's important. There's a lack of statements. I'm happy to receive and file, but I'm not waiting a year for the data on what's being worked on. There is a myriad of things that have been worked on in 2022 to 20. I don't need to adoption of the ESF. I'm fully aware of that. Actually, one question. Net zero ready third pressure solution. Is your department working on the third pressure solution?
Through the chair, we're working on design of renewable energy sources and of electrical technology as opposed to natural gas technology to heat and power that facility.
When you say third pressure solution, are you talking about the eastern pressure solution for water?
Yes, I am.
Are you designing the water pressure solution?
Through the chair, no. Sustainable infrastructure is. I think you'll find many of the items on there. This is a corporate listing. This is not things that our department is designing necessarily or building. Some of them are items that we are directly leading, but this is a corporate list and not a list that we're leading all the work on.
Thanks for that, Mr. Coons. I appreciate that, and I think that's what you were referring to when you were talking about building relationships interdepartmentally. Like, appreciate that. I'm happy to receive and file this report for what it is it does tell us. I'm not waiting a year for the data. You've got I appreciate Mr. Hansen's ability to rattle off projects that have solar panels on them. That's awesome. I could take that in point form. Wouldn't that be fabulous? And so I don't know how long you need, but before budget, I think council, frankly, and the residents need to understand in terms of And again, you can leave out adoption of the ESF, it's irrelevant, it was a plan performed outside the city. But this other stuff, in terms of, frankly, why is it important, what's the data you have, what's being done, where it's at in the process, and it just needs to be a simple sentence, data plus a simple sentence to explain why it matters to us and to the citizens of the city. Is that possible?
Is you sick?
Good.
Oh, hang on, you got it, go ahead.
Thanks, through the chair. Thanks for that feedback, and absolutely, we'll take that away. And it sounds like you're wanting something before budget, so probably something in the fall timeline.
Do not do this. Do not do this, please. I need a blurb and the data on everything. If it's about a trend, then put it on a trend line. If it's about a comparison year over year, then show us year over year. But the idling one is a perfect example. You have data. We'd love to see it. Love to see what's being done with it. And not in a fluffy report, like just get to the facts, Jack.
So Mayor, are we looking for a hard date, like I said, November, or?
Yeah, whatever they can do. And you can release it in parts too. It doesn't have to all come at once. If you've got some, like I said, the solar panels examples, fabulous example. Give us a list. What's been done, what's in process, that's awesome.
So it's
The
just
council would appreciate knowing what's in their particular wards and what are on citywide and what the savings are potentially projected to be.
Through the chair, thanks. We'll take that feedback back, and we'll look to provide something early fall.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councilor Manzanelli.
Hi, just looking for a bit of confirmation to make sure I understood something correctly. Sask Power underwent some grid changes. They achieved a 13% reduction year over year, and with that 13% reduction, that allowed us a 4% reduction from electricity that had generated GSG year over year. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. I think something that might be useful as we go through this exercise is I think we're a little bit on the forefront on large-scale charging infrastructure adaptation, like with our fleet use, and I think there's industrial partners that might have to go down that road in the future. I wonder if you have any experiences as we adapt towards this on success in working with Sask Power for the grid supply for such a large project. And, you know, there's been a lot of obstacles identified by people imagining this change coming through with grid limitations. And by what you're talking about this morning, I don't believe that that's as true a statement as I thought it might have been a day ago. As you go forward and report, could you share some of that information so people have some tangible viewpoints to draw off of and plan for themselves?
Through the chair, yes, we'll endeavor to do that. I'm not sure what it'll look like, but we will.
I guess I'm pretty rambling in my question. Did I explain that well to you? Do you know what I'm after?
Through the chair, I believe so. I believe the question's around, you know, grid availability, something that we're not really in control of, and how that could impact our plans moving forward, or how it is impacting our plans moving forward.
Yeah, kind of in a nutshell, sometimes someone comes and wants to build a new apartment building downtown and we don't have the infrastructure to supply, and they have to go through 3 blocks to get it there and crashes a project. I think we might encounter that kind of a scenario with Sask Power and Energy at times, and I'm wondering if there's as many impediments as were perceived and how that flow moves, and especially as this is a building project, I think that information might help others who come up with plans and have to enact those plans for expectations. So I'd like to share that with people trying to achieve these things.
Sure, and through the chair, if I can just make a quick comment, we're probably putting in the biggest grid demand charging system in the province right now at the fleet, or the transit barns. And what I can tell you is all the problems we've seen on that or any others are of a technical nature. They're not with our relationship with Sask Power. They've been very good to work with to try to, you know, get us what we need to do, and their teams have been fantastic to work with.
So everything's able to be worked through, and I guess that's some of the message, totally what I would love to be shared so people can envision success and not failure when they come to face some of these obstacles. If that's the case. If it's not, then I want to know the failures and I know what we want to have to fix, right? So
absolutely. As we begin fleet charging infrastructure, we can report back on where the obstacles are on all aspects of it.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? I have some questions, yes, if I may. I'm just given the right of way here. So if not, then I will ask some questions. First one is curious on the idling and the data on idling. And then I'm looking at the traffic lights, and you have the numbers from 20 to 2022 of energy consumption. When I'm talking about idling, traffic lights, I think that question was asked, how we schedule or synchronize our traffic lights to move the traffic. Is that in any way adds or takes away from folks idling, moving the traffic? This was a big question asked in the community.
Through the chair, I think it's important to recognize that when we look at research and we look at our own idling, for instance, the vast majority of that is in a parking lot or out front of a house. There's this perception that, and it's because people are in a bad mood when they're stuck behind a train or they're stuck behind a red light, that there's this perception that they're spending all their time idling there. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but there was research and it indicated that that was a small fraction of idling that occurs. The vast majority happens in the morning when people hit their command start once, maybe twice, and let it run. So those are some of the misconceptions we're trying to overcome as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. That explains. I mean, this isn't just the traffic lights, but it's other things that we need to talk to folks about that. When you're educating on what idling means, it's just one thing, it's many. Thank you for that answer. Comments were made about installation of solar. This conversation has been going on for quite a few years. When I have asked about, we are going into transit, charging, electrifying batteries, I've asked a question about, we have many hours of sun in this part of the world and wind. And I asked a question about, we have wastewater treatment plant, we have Buffalo Pound Water, which have a lot of properties around there. Have we been looking into possibly retrofitting, obviously building, looking into that infrastructure to help us as we move into the future? We're going to need batteries, we're going to need to recharge them, we're going to need to do something. I know there's some funds invested in it, I see that in here. Can you give me a little more higher comments on that part?
Through the chair, so Buffalo Pound, I think you would have seen in their annual report, they are planning to invest heavily in things like solar and wind. I can't speak directly to all of their plans. I do speak with them on a regular basis, but they're best able to answer that. But their plans are considerable. At the wastewater treatment plant, we're looking at not so much from solar or wind perspective, more from, we naturally produce a biogas out there, a renewable natural gas, how we can capture and use that in a more efficient manner. And then there's also, we run about 65 million liters a day of warm water through that plant. How can we look at capturing that heat to also further heat our infrastructure at the wastewater treatment plant and offset our natural gas consumption? And then you look at transit, we're definitely, buses are going to charge at night, so solar is a bit of a tricky one there. But if we couple them with batteries, can we put a system in to, not only give us a bit of redundancy, but reduce our reliance on the grid moving forward? Those are all things we have moving forward as we go. And there's more and more of those as we discuss, but those are some of the big ones.
Okay, that brings to one more question. Well, this question about batteries have a lifespan, and you need to do something with them. And I believe the conversation was that the batteries can be refurbished, so you don't necessarily always have to go into buying new. This is hence when it talks about if you have a system somewhere, you can recharge these and put them back in the system. That can help with keeping our electric vehicles moving. So that's another question. Is that something that's been in works, or is it in somewhere in your report or somewhere in your department?
Through you, that's really something that industry is building out, is battery recycling and whatnot. We're more of a consumer of the batteries and the products. I can guarantee you, if we have battery systems that have life in them, we'll be looking at what we can do with them internally to continue using them for another use that's maybe more appropriate, or selling them or recycling them for future use. The materials in those batteries is extremely valuable, and we know it and we want to make sure we're doing, environmentally the right thing, but also financially the right thing with those batteries.
Okay, thank you. And then the final question would be, your comments were that you do communicate with other departments. You don't build or design or you get involved in the aspect of efficiency and the environmental sustainability and all that, 2050. The question, as I think Councillor Mancinelli a few times over the years mentioned, gray water recovery, talking about having something within our planning, development, construction, build, permits, to get the construction community or building community to build housing ready to receive, solar, gray water, all that. Are you in a conversation with the community on that aspect?
Through the chair, on the gray water perspective, it's not a really prevalent conversation with the developers right now from a community perspective, and there are considerable challenges from a, code perspective on that as well. I'm not by any means an expert on it, but being in those conversations with some folks, that's what I've heard. There is real opportunity on, some larger scale facilities to reuse water and be really efficient, and that's really where most of it's going, is on that industrial scale water reuse. But if, the conversation with the development community is around water reuse in developments, that's definitely a conversation we're willing to have in conjunction with our planning and development folks, sustainable infrastructure and waterworks.
Okay. Thank you for that. I said one more, but I think it's a couple minutes here, or a minute. Conversation with individuals out of Vancouver about solar. We have a lot of body of water. For instance, our wastewater treatment plant has pools of water. Have you looked at using the water to have like some kind of a raft of pontoon to use the solar to generate power that way?
Through the chair, that is something we've briefly discussed with our counterparts at EPCOR. There are some considerations over the fact that it's a wastewater lagoon as opposed to freshwater lagoon, so there's some real challenges to maintenance and things along that line with it, but our primary conversations with them has been around biogas reuse and heat recovery at this point. I can see that they would likely, and with the biogas reuse, generation of our own electricity on site. Following that, I think the next conversation will be around solar panels and can we float them, is there adequate land to put them out there and the likes.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we got one more. Yeah, okay. Councilor Regina, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So, I forgot to ask this, but, we're talking kind of locally here for the city, what we're doing, and we're asking residents to participate in, the green bin and all those kind of things moving forward. What is our plan that we are going to be engaging the commercial piece of this? So, when we look at all aspects, I mean, you still go to restaurants, you still go places where there's not a recycle, I get into some of these, and I know that you may think these are bigger issues, but there's got to be somewhere around the globe. FCM, I'll use those. We have a representative now that sits there. What are we doing to ensure that we are globally talking to these industries that should be reducing their packaging, reusing, and having, like, you go to a gas station, a lot of them still don't have recycle, and restaurants, I'll use McDonald's. Like, what are we doing in that regard to advocate holistically? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I would need to get back to you on that because that's handled through Water, Waste and Environment. Janet Aird's group is dealing with those items, and I'm not 100% familiar with what they're doing for engagement around that area.
Okay, so that's kind of the renewable piece around the waste though, right? But that falls under their department.
All waste reduction and recycling and whatnot is handled through that group,
okay,
yes.
Awesome. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. No further questions. Mayor Masters, you were the mover? You good? Okay, this is a receive and file, so I'll call the question. Any opposed? I see none. That is carried. Thank you. So we will follow time constraints here. We want to be stop at 15 after. So let's move to the supplemental report. I will consider EX 23-47 supplemental report regulate the non-essential cosmetic use pesticide. Delegations with respect to this report, EX 2347, and the next one, EX 23-37, were heard at the May 3rd and May 31st, 2023 public meetings prior to the item being tabled. This report, EX 2347, is a receive and file report only, as it contains additional information related to the next item, EX 23-37. Given this, a motion to receive and file this report is required to be made at this item, as any approvals for action or amending a motion to a decision of this subject matter is to be made during the consideration of EX 23-437. Ms. Bryden, can I get you to introduce this supplemental report, please? Right, 3, 4. I think you're there. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, the report in front of you is in response to the motion requesting research of the creation of a commercial pesticide notification registry, which was a review of City of Kelowna's commercial pesticide notification and a review of how the City of Regina currently notifies residents of pesticide applications on municipal assets. So administration is here to answer any questions you may have on this or on the main report, I suppose.
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone to move report, receive and file? Councillor Hawkins, thank you. Any questions on the report?
Understanding is we'll leave it for next.
Yes, we do, yeah, so if that's good, I think Councillor Stanichak, go ahead.
I would do want to give my appreciation to administration for bringing this forward. One question, in the report it does state, I guess I'm trying to understand, would we be able to adopt notification and signage requirements without adopting option 2 in the main report, which is to regulate pesticide companies?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair. So I think Ms. Shaley can speak to that response.
Ms. Shelley, go ahead.
Through the chair, what option 2 in the main report speaks to is establishment of a bylaw with some restrictions, and so they are related. We would need to bring forward a bylaw that provides for the restrictions that residents would need to follow regarding pesticide spraying. And then the option number 2 includes the costs of both the promotional campaign as well as enforcement to ensure residents are following the restrictions that we've proposed.
Okay. Thank you for that. I also want to commend you for doing the side-by-side, like what Kelowna does and what we could do. I do hesitate on trying to create a registry. But what I wanted to commend you on was the Appendix B, which shows what the city distributes to all residents before spraying our trees for cankerworms. So I think it's important to know, why does the city provide such detailed information, this critical information, 48 hours in advance to residents before spraying for cankerworms? Why are we so diligent on this? Through the chair.
Is it back to Ms. Shelley, is that you? Go ahead.
Through the chair, sure, I'll start and others may want to add, but we really want to provide residents with information on what we're doing. We do receive questions from time to time. People see our equipment and the spraying taking place in their neighborhood. So if they have information about what we're spraying, they can make choices if they don't want to be near the spraying, but they also have the information on the service we're providing, so that they're just informed of what's going on. We do regularly get questions, and so this is a mechanism to help us inform the public prior to any kind of spraying taking place.
Okay, thank you. And just one or two questions more. So even though the spray that is used, the city uses a biological agent that is non-toxic, we still, the flyer does still recommend that residents keep family and pets away from the sprayed area and to close windows. So through the chair, so why do we still do that kind of advice, even though it's an organic product?
Ms. Bright, now we're going to Mr.
Through the chair, Mr. Irick is going to provide some more information.
So, through the chair, when that particular program is undertaken, I mean, we're using our tree sprayers, which are spraying into the tree canopy. They're pushing a lot of water out. I think it's like 45 gallons a minute. It makes a bit of a mess. And so it's, you know, part of the thing is keep pets and children indoors. We're going to get them soaked, and it's that kind of thing. So it's about trying to be neighborhood friendly, and we're trying to give them a little bit of an understanding of what we're going to do, just because it is so disruptive on a street when we're particularly there.
Yeah, thank you for that. And just as a follow-up on that, a year or two ago, there was an incident where some kids got sprayed, and I think you had to respond to that. I know I had to respond to it. So even though it's an organic product, do we still have to, I guess I'd like to ask Mr. Erdrich, we just kind of like, how did we respond to that incident where kids got sprayed by this chemical? And
what we did with that particular incident is we provided the resident with all the information that we had on the product, the different levels with what the PMRA had published about that product. We showed them that it was, you know, we were doing it. If I recall, it was the kids walked around from a blind corner and, you know, just intersected at that exact moment in time. We also have changed our strategy even on how we're doing that spray program as well. If and when we do it, we've put not only a chase vehicle behind, but a chase vehicle in front to try to pre-see some of that. So we've really labored it up, per se.
Yeah. Okay, those are all my questions, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to highlight the important work that our city department does in terms of alerting residents, giving them notice, and I think the point was made that so that residents can make choices about closing their windows and keeping their children and pets away from the sprayed area. So I really appreciate this additional information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I see no further questions. This is a received file. Councillor Hawkins? No, I gotta give you that. Okay, no, nothing else. So I will call the question. Anyone opposed to receive? I see none. That is carried. Thank you. And we are going to go into our mandatory break. There's no point of moving any further. We have, so we'll be back at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. 1 p.m.
meeting back to order. We will now consider item EX 23-37, regulate the non-essential cosmetic use of pesticide. Can I call on Ms. Bryden to introduce the report, please? I'm going to get my, where are you? There, microphone is on.
Thank you, through the chair. So the report before you is discussing the motion related to cosmetic use of pesticides, which was approved by Council on April 20th of 2022. The report provides a review of research on how the elimination of cosmetic pesticides protects our biodiversity, a summary of the regulation and best practices in Canada to maintain green spaces in yards without the cosmetic use of pesticides, and feedback from the public and stakeholders. Mr. Irick, I guess we did the presentation last meeting, and so now staff are here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, can I have someone move this report with amendment to the date in recommendation number 4 to read June 21st, 2023? Comes to Stanichuk. Okay, and I'll give you the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. So I'll ask a few questions and cede the floor in case there's more questions. And first of all, I do want to say how much I appreciate the work that has been done on this. And I want to focus first on just the, on something pretty positive that a lot of people have been asking me about, and that is number 3 in the animal, to amend the animal bylaw, to use livestock such as goats, sheep, to control weeds on public property. So I strongly support this, and we do know that the Provincial Capital Commission has been doing it. It's the second year that they've done it, and it's been, I've heard that it's been extremely effective, that they go straight for the invasive weeds and the thistles. If we did this, how soon would we be involved in actually starting to utilize goats, for example, in our public areas, through the chair?
Ms. Bryden, that goes to you, or are you going to direct?
I'll refer that to Mr. Irick.
Mr. Irick, okay. Mr. Irick, go ahead.
Through the chair, there's different teams across the corporation that are looking at it. The water and sewer team is actually looking at it for the storm channels. I think the solid waste teams are also looking at it for around the landfill areas and that sort of thing. For ourselves, I think it would probably be, we'd be looking at it possibly for 2024. This takes a little bit of planning. It takes some public notification and those sorts of things, as well as get some measures of different places where we are. Because I think that, like with anything, you want to know how much you have, and then you want to know if it's effective. So if we were to do something like this, we'd need to pre-measure and then start to plan it out that way.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, I have noticed, I think it's purple strife, that is starting to spread along the creek system. Is that something that could be used, because we can't spray near waterways, so is that something that goats could do?
Through the chair, that's one I don't have an answer for at this point.
Okay, so just a few more questions. Now, in terms of the first recommendation about increasing commitments to reducing chemical pesticides in outdoor use, so it's listed what's there. What's not listed, and I'm just would be curious to know through the chair, if there's other approaches that have been discussed or that could be included in this, in terms of alternative ways of treating green spaces, more aeration, different kinds of ground covers. Are those kinds of things, would they be included in this, or is it just going to be what's listed in that number 1 point? Through the chair.
Back to you, Ms. Iron.
Through the chair, we are doing other programs already. So illustratively, Purple Loosestrife, we actually will have a beetle release tomorrow.
Oh.
In A. Wilson Park. So we're focusing on a small piece there. We're also planning on doing some leafy spurge beetles again. Our collection period will probably be the first week of July, where we do that. It's all about heat and timing. So we'll be doing some of that, and then we need to pick some locations about where we're going to release for that. In terms of some of the alternate ground covers, I know the Parks Maintenance team has tried different trial plots. Maybe I could pass this to Mr. Morgan to talk about some of the things his teams have been doing.
Through the chair, yeah, we've tried and we're testing right now various ground covers like white clover, as well as just some perennial ryegrass and different types of ryegrasses as well. But it's still in the early stages of assessment, so we're trying them in really tough conditions where it's really high in salt content and seeing how well they survive. So it's a trial and error basis right now, pilot.
Okay, thank you. One of the delegations who spoke 2 weeks ago mentioned that the city of Prince Albert uses steam to kill weeds. I think it's for spot killing. So I'm just curious if I assume that there's lots of conversations between different municipalities. Has this been considered or investigated through the chair?
Eric?
Through the chair, steam has not been looked at too deeply at this point. What I am aware of, though, is it's fairly significant pieces of equipment that are required, as well as different licensing. Because it is steam, it's high pressure, and actually some of the staff would have to be formally licensed through the province for, say, boilers tickets and things like that.
Okay. I guess I also had some questions regarding the public education piece in here. So it's point number 2 in the recommendations. Do we have anything on our website right now? I've noticed other cities like Saskatoon, Montreal, Edmonton, a lot of other cities have a section on their website that talks about alternatives to chemical spraying. The public education piece in Appendix G is focusing mostly on the right way to spray chemicals. So do we have anything, and is there any plan as part of this public education campaign to try to talk about alternatives, best practices?
Through the chair, I'm not 100% able to answer that question, although I can give you one illustrative example of something we have done. Illustratively, when we changed the Dutch elm disease program and we went from a DURSPAN program, we started talking about other products such as Ertivaz, which was an injectable. And so we started talking about why we started changing that, and I believe that is still on the website, I believe, although it's been a while since I looked at it.
That is something that I would really highly recommend, if that's something that can be looked at, is because even Saskatoon, I think, has something that's like pesticide-free approaches. I'm going to cede my time right now, just because I know that at least Councillor Zakidniak has questions, so thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zahedniak, go ahead.
Thank you. I do have questions, and I'm going to have to leave the meeting soon, so I'm just going to...
You are muted.
Am I muted? How can I be muted? You can't hear me? You can't hear me?
Just hang on a second and get the clerk to have a look at what's going on.
Because I'm not.
I can hear you vaguely, just very little.
Okay.
There you are. Go ahead.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I do have questions, but I also have to leave the meeting soon. So I'm just going to jump right into an amendment that I have. The clerks have it. So if they could pull that up, I will read it and then I can explain my rationale. Regardless of what happens with the main motion, I would like to see this amendment come forward. The amendment is that administration develop a bylaw requiring commercial pesticide applicators who are applying restricted products as determined by the city to notify all bordering properties in writing. The notification, hand delivered with a minimum of 24 hours advance notice, would list what products are being used, and the affected property would be signed for 48 hours after the pesticide application. Administration will encourage private residents to voluntarily participate in this notification process as part of the public education program. So the wording of this amendment, aside from the last sentence, was directly pulled from the report as another option. So that's why it's worded the way it is. The only part that I added was that administration would encourage private residents. So this is an improvement in my mind of what our current practices are. So regardless of where we go with a pesticide ban, what I do think we should have is at least an improvement in our processes. I don't want to restrict pesticide application to only companies doing it. I don't think that that's an appropriate step. But I do think it's fair that just like the city notifies folks when they are going to be spraying, that we encourage everybody to do that as well. We can regulate that with companies. That would be very difficult, if not impossible, to regulate with residents. So we can encourage residents to do it, but so that's why it's worded the way that it is. As noted, this was another option noted in the supplemental report. I don't know the page number offhand, but the wording is directly from there. I think that's all I have for my opening. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any speakers to the amendment? Mayor, no? You just on the main? Okay. Councilor Stanichuk on the amendment? Okay, go ahead.
As we saw in the supplemental report in Appendix B, what the city advises residents, and that's with a biological, non-toxic agent. We give lots of notice. We tell them what it is that is being sprayed so that they're aware of it, so that they've got that information. And I think residents want to be informed about what's being sprayed around them. We have a lot of chemicals that are being sprayed often without notice. I don't think any company gives notice that they're going to be spraying on somebody's yard. And there's often no signage. Just yesterday, I was pulling some weeds in my yard when a truck pulled up across the street. And before I knew it, there was this acrid smell, and it was a strong, overwhelming smell, and I know that they had sprayed something. The truck pulled away, no sign. He was not wearing any protective equipment at all. And I'm by my apple tree, and I'm smelling this, this product. And there's no sign of what it is that's been sprayed or that people should avoid going near the grass. And it wasn't a windy day, and yet there was still chemical that drifted onto my property and was still there at 7 o'clock at night. I think this is critically important that if we are diligent enough to warn residents about what we're spraying, that any other company that is spraying much more dangerous possibly cancer-causing agents, that they should have the responsibility to warn residents before they spray, and also to keep a sign there, especially so that pets and children stay off that lawn. So I strongly support this.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Sinai to the amendment?
Yeah, I just had a question of administration in reading the amendment. The part in brackets is determined by the city for what type of products. What does that mean to you? How do you read that? Do you have an idea of what that would be for products? Just wondering how that lays out as you read it, if you have any ideas.
Through the chair, the approach that we would take would be to follow the approach that was outlined in the main report regarding the kinds of restrictions we would put in place on city-owned property. And so the specific products would need to be listed in the bylaw. And I'm going to pass it off to Mr. Irick to talk about the specific products that we included in the original report.
Irick, go ahead.
Through the chair, the products that we would probably highlight in this bylaw would probably be the same products that we were recommending that we would reduce here. It just would be for a matter of consistency. There are other products out there, but if we were to start with these ones specifically, you'd probably get 80% of what's there.
A follow-up for that, I noticed this would bring some policy back to us for a developed bylaw, and that would be engagement with the pesticide applicators. Yeah, okay, I get it. Thanks. I just had to say that out loud, I guess, once for myself. Didn't mean to entertain you. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, on the amendment, if no one else has a comments or question, I'll at least start with one. Determining the city notifying bordering properties. Now, are we becoming now the regulators of that? What would that then? Because you already have in the report what you're going to do. So this will add more staff, more work involved. What does it involve in that, and how does that put us to? Okay, well, as a regulator, who are we then, as a city, with this amendment? Who would answer that? Ms. Bryden? Okay, I think you won. Not yet? No, where are you? Yeah, I got your green here.
Okay,
There you
okay,
are.
now I am. Yeah, thanks for that question. So what this would mean is that City Council would approve a bylaw, and that bylaw would apply to commercial applicators, and those commercial applicators would need to comply. Enforcement would be on a compliance kind of a basis. We wouldn't be really in a position, city administration, I don't think, anyway, we would have to work with bylaw enforcement in order to ensure compliance. I think it would be fairly difficult to enforce from the city's perspective. I would ask Mr. Irick or Ms. Shaley if they have anything further to add, but that's my comments.
Okay, who's going? Shaylee? Go ahead.
So the way that the report is outlined, if council were to adopt one of the options that was in the report, it does have the costs for a staff person within the bylaw enforcement area. Really, the focus of our efforts would need to be on our communication with the commercial pesticide applicators, which would be regular communication with them as well as notifications. it would be difficult to enforce since we're not out seeing them spray. So it would likely have to be done on a complaint basis, but it would really require administration working very closely with the commercial applicators to understand the bylaw.
Okay, so then just to follow up on that too, if I may, by kind of within the same idea of notifying and signage, does the province regulate that any of the companies that are the applicators, let's say, I'm not going to say the name, but I do see markings on the lawn. Province regulates that. So where do we find ourselves in as we go and trying to figure this out? Who's going with that? Mr. Irick? Okay, go ahead.
Through the chair, the province really regulates who can apply in the sense of licensing. So there's a licensing paradigm that has to be met with that. And then the province also has some restrictions when it comes to water bodies and things like that. But in terms of actual signage of, I sprayed this here, there really isn't any regulation on that through the province. We do this as a matter of practice because we are part of the community and we have the larger community as a whole. But at this point, it's not a regulated thing.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll stop. I think I've got Mayor still on the main one, so I got Councillor Regina. Do you want to go on amendment?
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
So just question, do we know the companies right now? I know that the one that we use and our neighbors use, they actually put a little thing in the ground and they write what they've done. Is that not common practice, or do you know what their, is there guidelines that they have to follow as companies at all? Do you know that?
Ms. Shea, is that to you, or, yeah, I'll give you the microphone just 1 second. Go ahead.
Through the chair, often those companies use those signs for promotional purposes, so there are no guidelines that they're required to follow when they put the signage in place.
Okay. The one I'm speaking of, they actually write on there what's been, whatever has been done, so it's informative for the neighbors. One of the concerns, I think, and I'll just, without consultation of those businesses, because if it can't be monitored, I just think it's just another thing that we're putting in place that may or may not be followed. That's my concern there. But also, I won't be able to support it because I think there's consultation that would need to help with the industry before anything like this would go forth. So I won't be able to support it this time.
Okay, I think, Councillor Hawkins, you on the amendment? I'll give you a microphone.
There are 2 points. The first is I think that enforcement will be expensive, difficult, and very uneven. And the second is, I worry a bit that if commercial pesticide applicators find it too difficult to carry out their business, that's going to encourage private property owners to start to handle product. And I'd rather see commercial pesticide applicators who are licensed and do this kind of work than private property owners doing it. I won't be supporting this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stanislaw, you want to go on amendment again, or?
So just a question to administration through the chair. When this motion went forward, and it is one of the, under Appendix D, stakeholder engagement, the commercial pesticide companies were consulted, and they knew that there was a possibility of regulation. Is that correct?
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So yes, at that time, they did know that there was a potential for regulation. We did consult with them. I think the notification piece of this recommendation, requiring that advance notification
requires more work on their part as well as the property owner's part. They would have to go out, hand deliver the day before they're gonna spray, and then if it rains, they gotta go back and hand deliver and move their dates around, et cetera. So it does put a different level of responsibility on the commercial sprayer to give that advance notice. Not saying it's right or wrong, just wanted to highlight that note for those companies. And I don't know if Mr. Irick can provide some feedback, or Ms. Shaley, relation to the consultation and anything we did hear from them in this regard.
Through the chair, when we were doing the consultation with all the stakeholder groups, there was a common theme amongst all the stakeholder groups that an education piece was probably agreed amongst the different groups. And so this is a matter of how do you educate the public.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do also recall that at the last executive meeting, when we had delegations, Joel Beatson from Landscape Saskatchewan said that they polled their members, and that all of their members said that they leave information of the product used, even though I think that there's been a number of examples I've heard from people I've witnessed where there's been companies that do not leave any information. He did not, in terms of the supplemental report, indicate anything in terms of their inability to notify residents. So I do think that he was aware of that supplemental report that did talk about a registry and requirement for posting information. So he did not raise concerns with it at that time when he was a delegation 2 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see any further questions on the amendment. Okay. Councilor Zariniak, did you want to close debate?
I do, yeah, thank you. Okay, so I've just been making some notes as folks have been asking questions and making comments. Yeah, I think enforcement, just like many of the other bylaws that we currently have, would be complaint-based. And but I also think that the pesticide companies are not going to want to be offside with a city bylaw. So it was discussed that there would be education and communication with these companies. And I think it would be just as any other business in the city in their best interest, and they would want to maintain a good relationship with the city. And most of them, I would hope, would proactively follow the bylaw. Now, I did want to say too that we've heard from folks with chemical sensitivities. They are out there, and these folks right now, some of them have neighbors who are spraying their on their, like that are either they're spraying or companies are spraying on their lawns, and they're receiving no notice about that. So, I mean, it is important for us to protect their health. They are residents of the city. It's important for us to protect the health of vulnerable residents, young children, pets. And so I think, as mentioned, that this is a small improvement in our current practices that we can implement. And we've heard from residents, and including Councillor Stadnichuk, about some of the current practices companies are following and how they aren't necessarily, some of them, yes, are informing folks, but not all of them. And this is a way that we can level the playing field. We also heard that this is not currently regulated, not by the province or otherwise, in terms of informing folks of what you're spraying. People's health is important, and it's our job to make sure that our policies protect the health of our residents. As Mr. Irick noted, we are part of the community, and I think this is a responsible practice for us to implement to ensure that our residents are informed of what's going on in at neighboring properties. It's a best practice that we as a city are following. I don't think it's unreasonable for us to also request that the companies also using these products follow the example, our best practice that we're promoting, and that they follow suit. All right, I think that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Just one second, I just want to log into my computer, so I call that.
LeBlanc in favor.
Yes, please start the vote. I'm in.
Deputy Mayor, the amendment is lost in a vote of 3 in favor and 6 against. Those voting in favor of the motion were Councillors Zakidniak, LeBlanc, and Stadnichuk. Those voting against the amendment were Councillors Hawkins, Nelson, Bresciani, Mancinelli, Mayor Masters, and yourself, Deputy Mayor. And Councillor Stevens has left the meeting.
Thank you, Clerk. You following my... Okay, thank you. So now back to the main motion, or the main report. Mayor Masters, you want to speak? You're next. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, for administration, if we just vote no to the recommendations, then everything remains as it is, and we're not spending 140,000 here or 40,000 there or anything. It just remains as it is with good practices that, okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Stanichuk. Executive first? Okay, I guess I'm giving you the floor. Just one second. I figured out who's first. Councilor Zahidniak, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the suggestion that, of course, there is the possibility of voting no, and then everything remains status quo. But I also want to applaud administration for the internal commitments that they are willing to make. And so I also want to ask administration, so when I look at the recommendations, 1A and B, I don't see any financial implications noted for us to reduce the use of those pesticides noted in that section. So just to be clear, what I see is a $40,000 investment for a public education program of best practices. That is the financial implication that I see currently. Is there more? Am I missing something? Or is that the only financial implication that is noted currently in the recommendations?
Okay, Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, through the chair. That would be correct. We would continue to work to reduce our use of pesticides where we can. We're always conscious of our parks and our trees and community. So we would continue with that best practice. The recommendations before you do speak to $40,000 for a public education program that would be more heightened and certainly more broadened than the work that we're already doing. I think, as you've heard, Mr. Irick and Mr. Morgan and their teams already do a lot of extensive work to maintain parks and keep the weeds under control and the grass under control, and certainly work with community and involve community in lots of our programs between, I don't know, the beetle release and the ladybugs, et cetera, to help with a lot of the issues that we have in Saskatchewan, quite frankly, related to pests, bugs, and weeds. Long answer, sorry for probably a short answer.
Okay, so thank you. So what I see here is administration has already gone down this path, and this is what I want to applaud them for, where we are trying to exemplify best practices in how we address pests. So using integrated pest management and reducing our use of pesticides and using alternative methods. So I certainly hope that council can support the continued plans that administration has to continue to adopt best practices. And also, not only is this aligned with our energy and sustainability framework objectives, this is also, in my mind, or it is, aligned with the efficiency review. How can we be most efficient in the removal and in how we address pests in the city? So, and align with best practices in other municipalities. So if someone doesn't wish to spend $40,000 for a public education program, then I could see someone moving that amendment. Personally, I support all of the recommendations, and I hope that the others will too. But I see no reason for someone to vote against all of them. As I said, administration is doing good work. They've committed to doing more, and I think that that is something that's important for us to support. That's all I have.
Do you have a microphone on?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for that, Councillor Zieniak. The staff certainly do a lot of really good work. What I wanted to touch on, or just wanted to say, is that a lot of the things that are occurring, or where we might see the reduction of pesticides, is not necessarily an efficiency in terms of cost reduction. A lot of the environmentally safe and sound approaches to these types of controls are actually more costly. I think we do touch base on some of those items in the report, and I would ask Mr. Irick to maybe provide comment further if he would like.
Tyler, go ahead.
Through the chair, you know, this is a paradigm shift in terms of how you approach any issue. So, you know, where you're going to give up on a tool that gives you an easy fix, the changes will require long-term management strategies, and you're not going to see an instant, you know, getting rid of weeds here. It's going to be cultural controls. It's going to be the beetles. It's going to be watering practices, mowing practices. There's a whole lot more tactical stuff that has to happen at the exact right time for these things to work. So it's a balancing act. By going this way, challenges our teams to think differently, and it's a paradigm shift.
Okay, so I guess I'm not done because I do wish to respond. Thank you for that. It is the paradigm shift, and I'll say that I think that whether we want to or not, we will have to make this paradigm shift as a municipality. We know that the status quo in how we address, well, frankly, our relationship with the natural world, management of pests, isn't sufficient. I'm not talking about just the city of Regina. I'm talking about in general. We have a climate crisis. We need to do things differently. We saw there is a sinkhole in our city. We have flooding issues. We have to think differently. So I'm just saying that I'm support administration's efforts to continue down that route. And I'm happy for that $40,000 public education investment. But aside from that, I see no reason to block you folks from continuing the work that you're doing for us to adopt these best practices and to consider how we might respond differently as we have increasing drought and changing conditions in our climate to manage pests better, to be more environmentally friendly, and to be have better systems in place with our changing climate for how we manage our green spaces. I do think that's it now, unless administration responds, but I'm happy to cede the floor to another councillor.
Okay, Councillor Stanichuk, you were the mover, so you can close the debate. Right, so we can, if there's no one else, but I want to, oh, I've got one, there we go.
I'd like to ask the administration this. over the years, you've continually reduced the use of chemical pesticides wherever possible. Without this motion, would you continue that practice?
Bryden, go ahead.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Yes, we certainly would.
Thank you. My second question is there any evidence that a $40,000 investment in public education program on pesticides will produce any change in behavior at all amongst the public?
That I'll refer to Ms. Shaley.
Shirley? Okay, Ms. Shirley, go ahead.
Through the chair, that's a difficult question to answer. I would say we don't have evidence to support that we would be able to change behavior through a campaign. Regardless, we will continue. There was a great suggestion brought up today around enhancing our website. That's something we can do without added expenditure. Mr. Irick shared a few examples of some of the programming we do, for example, with beetles, and we'll continue to work with our colleagues in the communications department to enhance those kinds of programs moving forward.
Mr. Chair, I'm entirely satisfied that under the current procedures and the current approach to using the website, that we are doing everything possible, reasonably possible, to reduce the use of chemicals and pesticide and to adopt modern, progressive, weed control measures without the motion. I won't be supporting it.
Okay, thank you very much. If no one else is going, I'd like to, quick question and then maybe a comment. The $40,000 on the public education, from the survey, we see that there is a very high number of educated answers that folks do know what's going on. I think about 90%, maybe I'm wrong. And we're really aware of, so that means is the public is educated on what's out there, what they do and all that. That's what the survey tells us. And there's some that it says they have very good understanding, and some say, a lot of say have a very, very good understanding. So putting the 40,000, what are we educating if the folks that send us the survey saying they are already educated on things? So what is that $40,000 going to do to educate people that are already educated?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Shaley to respond.
Okay.
Through the chair,
My mic. When you look at the jurisdictional review, the report says 180 municipalities. The province of Quebec has 150 municipalities that have a ban on chemicals. Across the country, I would say there's probably 200 to 300 municipalities that ban, or I wanted to push for it so that we can protect people's health. That's what it's about, protecting people's health. How many people do we know that have died of cancer? It's just rampant. And we really do need to take measures to protect people's health. And people have no choice when their neighbor just goes through chemical warfare on their lawn, and we're all exposed to it, and it accumulates and it accumulates. And we know from the reports that we hurts the environment.
So clerk, you start the vote, please. What's that? Councillor LeBlanc? Councillor LeBlanc, how do you vote? Okay.
Deputy Mayor, the motion is lost and above the motion were Councillors Zakidniak, Stadnichuk, and Mancinelli. Those voting against the motion were Councillors Hawkins, Nelson, Bresciani, yourself, Deputy Mayor, and Mayor Masters. Councillor LeBlanc is temporarily away from the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Okay, we're going to continue. We'll now consider EX 23-50, water bylaw amendment. I believe it's Mr. Lacy If I could get you to introduce the report, please. Microphone is on. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So administration is planning to increase the number of payment options available to utility customers by accepting online credit card payments for utility bills beginning in August of this year, when a new online customer service system is launched as part of the water. To facilitate the move to accepting online credit card payments for utility bills, administration is proposing that customers choosing to use this payment option will be charged a convenience fee of 2.25% of the total transaction to cover the cost of the fees charged by credit card companies and related third-party credit card transaction costs. This ensures only customers choosing to use credit cards as a form of payment for their utility bills are charged the third-party costs associated with credit card payments, and does not result in an increase in utility rates for all customers to cover those costs. And this is similar to what you see for customers choosing to pay their Sask Power and Sask Energy utility bills. This convenience fee will be charged by the city's online payment service provider to the cardholder at the time of the transaction. As the fee is charged on behalf of the city, the fee is required to be added to the Regina Water Bylaw. I do want to make clear here, though, that the City of Regina retains none of that convenience fee. That entire amount of that convenience fee goes to the credit card and related transaction companies. So the purpose of this report then is ultimately to provide direction to the city's solicitor to prepare amendments to Schedule A of the Regina Water Bylaw to allow for this convenience fee to be charged and to allow those customers wishing to use a credit card to do so for their utility payments. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lacy. Can I have someone move the report with amendment to the date, recommendation number 3, to read June 21st, 2023? Councilor Bashani? Okay. Councilor Bashani, questions? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is a long time coming. I think when I first came on council, people were asking why do we not accept credit card? So I think this is wonderful. I just want to ask about the 2.25% though. So I see Sask Energy and Sask Power, I know they do it. Is this kind of similar to what the charge is? Do you know, comparable, or how did we come up with that through the chair?
No. Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. It's a great question. And the actual fee charged by the service providers depends on the volume of payments they expect to see from a particular company. So it does range actually quite widely. So Sask Power and Sask Energy, who are obviously collecting utility payments province-wide, they're 1.4 and 1.5% respectively. However, I will illustrate the other side of it, which is Yorkton and North Battleford, smaller cities that are also accepting credit card payments for their utilities, and that's a 3% charge, so higher than Regina. So it kind of shows that it is based on volume. We try to negotiate the best rate, but ultimately the credit card companies look at it with respect to the amount of volume they expect to see.
Okay, thank you. So just into that next question, once we get started in the program or started in this, is there an opportunity to negotiate at a lower rate once we're kind of in this?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. I'll actually perhaps ask Ms. Kraluk to comment on that. It's been my past experience that you do have the opportunity to renegotiate depending on what you see as far as volume, but maybe I'll ask Ms. Kraluk to comment further.
Through the chair, I would say that we would have the ability to negotiate if our volumes were increasing higher than anticipated, but that would take some time, like that would probably be a year or two out. And then we would probably go back and amend the agreement that we have currently.
Thank you. Do we use any other, for credit card, anything else for credit card? We don't do taxes or anything like that through the chair?
So, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to respond to that through you, Deputy Mayor. So with these changes, for almost all the services that we provide now, credit cards will be a form of payment for our customers. You did mention property taxes, and I know that's another one that has been asked about often. And while the credit card companies with changes in legislation can now charge a convenience fee on credit cards, provincial legislation does not allow municipalities to charge a convenience fee on taxes or on fees and penalties. And so as a result, we can't directly charge a convenience fee. However, what we have done this year is there are service providers out there that you as an individual can go to and use pay them, use your credit card and pay them. They will charge you a convenience fee, and then essentially they'll pay your taxes on your behalf. But they will kind of charge you a convenience fee as well. But that's outside the city of Regina proper. That relationship would be between you, the payer, and that company, and then the company would be responsible for remitting payment. New this year is on our website. If you go to our website, when looking at payment of taxes and how I can pay my taxes, we provide the list of all the various ways you can pay your taxes directly to the city. But as well, we do highlight that there is this service provided by third-party companies. And so if you wish to pay by credit card, we do now flag for them that there is that ability for you to do so. You just can't do it directly to the city.
Okay, good. I know many want to get their points too. So, okay, again, this is, it's excellent. I know people have asked for a long time for this, to be able to use this option for credit cards. So I want to say thank you for bringing it forward. And that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Sinley, I know you had your light on, but you took it off. You okay? Okay, Councilor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you. Quick question. This change would not affect any of the other available payment methods, would it?
No, through you, Deputy Mayor, all the other payment methods that were available before still continue to be available.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? If not, Councilor Brashani, do you want to close? No? Okay. Clerk, could you start the vote, please?
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 7-0, with all members voting in favor, that being Councilors Hawkins, Nelson, Stanachek, Bresciani, Mancinelli, Mayor Masters, and yourself, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Clerk. Okay, let's now we'll consider EX 23-55, Waste Management Bylaw Update, Curbside Food and Yard Waste. From the administration, Mr. Doney, could I ask you to introduce the report? I'll give you the microphone. Go ahead.
Good afternoon through you, Mr. Chairman. So following Council's decisions to add the collection and processing of food and yard waste services for all residential properties, this report summarizes the required amendments to the Waste Management Bylaw, including the Council-approved solid waste curbside funding policy that will come into effect January 1st, 2024. The bylaw is being amended to include the following provisions that have been approved by City Council. Add the requirements for the collection and processing of food and yard waste material, which includes defining the acceptable material for the food and yard waste cart and updated material in the recycling and garbage carts. Allow BPI certified compostable bags. Expand the cart provisions to include the new food and yard waste cart. Designated properties will be required to adhere to the new provisions starting July 1st, 2023. Non-designated properties for residential use would be required to adhere to the new provisions on July 1st, 2024. In addition, implementation of the curbside waste service fee based on the resident's chosen garbage cart size, the 240 liter or the 360 liter. Providing residents the options of receiving one additional curbside waste cart, either recycling, food and yard, or the garbage for an additional fee. And so this maintains the current recycling fee until December 31st, 2023. And then the new curbside waste service fee would come into effect January 1st, 2024. And this also incorporates the affordability program as approved by City Council. There are some additional housekeeping changes that are included. Joining me today from administration is Janet Aird, Acting Director of Water, Waste and Environment, Sean McDant from Manager of Solid Waste Operations, and I believe Jill Swenson, Director of Communications and Engagement, will be joining us shortly. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doney. Can I have someone to move the report? Mr. Stanleychuk? Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Can you, through the chair, can you explain who the non-designated residential properties are?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, non-designated residential properties are typically properties that have more than 4 dwelling units. So condo buildings is a prime example. So just like our recycling program in 2013, we required them to provide a recycling service in the condo building. So we're looking to expand that for the food and yard waste service also.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, what kind of consultation has administration done with that sector prior to this coming forward?
Through the chair, I'll start and ask Ms. Aird to give a bit more details. So basically what we are doing with the food and yard waste program is just trying to replicate the recycling program. And so when we implemented the recycling program, we did lots of consultation, of course, with that sector. With the food and yard waste, we had the pilot program for the household area, but there was no pilot, of course, with condo boards. So I'll just ask Ms. Aird if she has any more details of specific information that we did with the condo association, just knowing that we are really trying to replicate the recycling program as we have in place now.
Through the chair, the process we reused for the industrial, institutional, and commercial public engagement, also included the condo associations and people from that sector as well. And when we did that consultation, it was noted that the proposed dates that we were looking at for them to put in a food and yard waste service.
I'm sorry, through the chair, I'm not sure if I understood that. So the consultation that happened with the industrial commercial sector was also with the condo associations?
Well, the industrial, commercial, and institutional sector include like landlord associations, the tenants. Different representations from that sector was also included through the chamber when we did our IC&I engagement.
Okay. So through the chair, so the there were a number of condo associations that had manual pickup that were quite negatively impacted by the previous changes that we've made. So now they're going to have to provide compost services through this bylaw if it's passed. Is that correct, through the chair?
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
So the same as they currently provide recycling services, they would be required to provide the food and yard waste service.
If the condo associations that just have small footprint wanted to do like worm composting or something on site, would that be acceptable, or would they still have to be delivering it, have somebody pick it up and deliver it to some kind of a processing facility? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Aird to give a bit more details, knowing that our objective is to keep food and yard waste out of the landfill. So typically they file a waste management plan, and I'll just ask Ms. Aird to talk about a bit of details of what we expect would be acceptable or not acceptable in those plans.
Are we going to?
Through the chair, that is correct. We would get them to file a waste management plan that requires them to say where they're taking or what they're doing with the material. In general, the bylaw does require them to take it to a processing facility for that material.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part about?
So the bylaw, the way it's written, requires like recycling material to go to a recycling processor, food and yard waste material to go to a food and yard waste processor. Some smaller units will, when they apply their waste plan, say they're doing this instead. And then we would go investigate to see if it's compliant or meets the requirements that we're looking for. And if we're convinced that that does, then that would be acceptable.
Okay. Thank you. And I guess just I am concerned about consultation, because I do know that there is a vocal group that did not feel that they were consulted appropriately in the last round. I would like some kind of a guarantee that the ICE, whatever, the Canadian CCI, the Canadian Condominium Institute, that they have been consulted regarding these changes and these requirements, that they would have to also be part of this, provide this kind of service to their units through the chair.
Through the chair, so we can specifically ensure that they are aware of this,
Okay.
particularly over the next week. We can send them information to make sure they are aware if they feel like they did not get the information during the IC&I process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are we playing with buttons, Councillor Hawkins? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is welcome. It's been carefully fashioned. There's been a great deal of consultation. It's been many months in the making, including the pilot. I want to ask one question. And this question is really primarily for the media and the public broadcaster in particular. It's been reported over the last few days that there will be a fee added to people's utility bill for garbage collected. What has not been reported is that the property tax bill will be reduced by the amount that's in that bill for garbage collection now. Am I correct in that there is in effect a transfer of this is a transfer from the cost of collecting garbage from the property tax to the utility bill?
We're going to Mr. Lacy or Mr. Okay, right back to you again. All right. Tony, go ahead.
Through the chair, that is absolutely correct. There will be a curbside fee on the utility bill, which will correspond to an overall reduction or decrease in the mill rate of around 3% based on that we will not be charging for garbage through our taxes anymore. And so that is absolutely right that you've commented on that.
So for the media, a reduction of approximately 3% in the mill rate, because garbage will not appear on that bill. It will now be transferred to the utility bill. Thank you very much. I'm very supportive of this.
So Hawkins, thank you. Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just in follow-up with Councillor Hawkins just said, but please reiterate that if there's a savings, they feel that they may also get something that they're owed back in a rebate, or some if their taxes have gone down. I just make that very clear, that if they see a reduction, that residents quickly think that there is, I've had those questions already, so please make that very, very clear. Even though we're savings and it's being transferred over, to make that very clear. Just in regards to, let's see, the rate, when we looked at these rates, are they comparable to Saskatoon, through the chair?
Through the chair, yes, they are comparable. I'll ask Ms. Aird if she has the exact numbers that Saskatoon has approved.
Thank you.
But I'm very confident that they are very in line to that.
Thank you.
Through you, the chair, I don't have the exact numbers, but we did do a comparison to them. They're charging for each service separately. Their total is on par with ours.
Great, thank you. I think, again, important for the media to understand that as well. So the user fee, so effective July 1st is when the bins roll out, is that accurate? And Yeah, if you, I just need clarity. So for the public, July 1st is when they'll be rolled out. Can I just ask if that's correct?
Through the chair, so the bylaw, we're recommending it be enforced in July 1st, so that when we start rolling out carts on August 5th, the bylaw is in place. So green carts are expected to roll out from August 5th till approximately the end of August, with the first pickup occurring on September 4th.
September 4th, okay. And tell me about the rotation of that, through the chair.
Through the chair, I'm going to get Ms. Aird to explain that, just to make sure that we're 100% accurate on the rotation. But in general, green carts will be picked up weekly in the summer months and bi-weekly in the winter months. I'll ask her to provide a bit more detail.
Through the chair, sorry, I didn't quite fully hear the question. Can you clarify, just so I get my answer right?
Yeah, sorry, so I was just asking, so when these carts get rolled out, what is the plan for, so green bin, is it weekly for up until when? So what?
Oh, yeah.
Just give me the process of how this is going to roll out.
Okay, through you, the chair, so I'll just clarify from the whole process and how it's going to work and how your collection days are going to work. So cart delivery will start on August 5th. They'll be delivering carts to properties throughout the city Saturday through like weekly Monday to Saturday, not on Sundays. And it's scheduled to complete just before the first pickup on September 4th. So it's weekly pickup starting in September, and the green cart will be weekly until November, and then it'll switch to bi-weekly. When you get your green cart, your garbage service is going to switch to bi-weekly. And so currently residents have 2 pickup days right now. They have a recycling day and a garbage day. Your recycling day is going to remain the same. On the opposite week is going to become your garbage day, and your green cart is going to go on your garbage day. And they have the Waste Wizard, they'll have a calendar online. They can get that information about their schedule changes. But their days will stay the same. It's just what cart they put out on each day will change.
Okay, so thank you. Do we still have the service where people can apply through text to get notifications? Because I know I had that one time and then it stopped. So
through you, the chair, we do have that service, but if you were getting text messages, the text went away because of the increased cost, and so we have the Waste app now. And so you can download the Waste app and you'll get a notification the same way, or you can sign up for email, iCalendar, or phone reminders as well.
Okay, so this is all really great information. And so how will this be put out to the public, through the chair?
Through the chair, great question, and there's a very extensive communication campaign that has started just a couple days ago. So I'll ask Ms. Swenson just to give highlights of that campaign, knowing that it's going to run throughout the summer and into the fall.
Thanks. Through the chair, so we do have a campaign out live right now for about the next 6 weeks. That's just kind of giving everybody a heads up that their green card is on the way. Then we take a brief pause over the summer or the month of August when the green cards actually are delivered, and they come along with a kitchen catcher, a sorting guide, a magnet, and then 5 compostable bags. And then come September, when we roll out the full kind of suite of services there, another campaign kicks in, and we've got everything from social media to newspaper to radio, online. We've also got, we're doing something kind of cool with food delivery. So we're going to have some vehicles wrapped, and we're going to have coupons so that even when you get takeout, you know that you can scrape the plate and put your takeout into your bin. So we've got quite a number of tactics, some new ones and unique ones. We've got video. It's extensive. I think one of our most extensive campaigns we've ever prepared.
Okay, so when this green bin goes out, to the people, to the residents, will there be like some kind of a flyer or something that actually shows what can go in each bin, so it's clear? Because honestly, sometimes when I see the 3 bins even at City Hall here, I'm still unclear. So just want to know, is there something like that?
Through the chair, so as you mentioned, education is the most important part of this program. So I'll just ask Ms. Aird to provide you details of what is going to be in that bin and in the kitchen catcher.
Yeah, thank you. Good question.
Stated, you'll be getting your cart with the kitchen catcher, and in the kitchen catcher, there's a, I don't know if we're calling it a flyer or leaflet or what, but in that, it has information about how to use your green cart. So what to put in it. It also includes what to put in your recycling cart and your brown cart, so there's a bit of an updated sorting guide for residents, as long as tips about how to use their kitchen catcher, whether to line it, and we're including the 5, their BPI certified paper compostable bags for their kitchen catchers that they can use to promote that over the plastic option. And then there's details about how to reduce your food waste, your schedule, how it changes and where to go for more information, and just some reminders about cart placement rules and that kind of stuff is all in that information package.
Okay, so scrape the plate means everything can go in these bins, and does that mean like pizza boxes too?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. So a pizza box that is soiled, as an example, can go in these bins. And so this is a huge, I'm going to elaborate, this is a huge behavioral change. So every home in the city of Regina will have this kitchen catcher or this small bin that will sit likely under your sink. And that'll come out during mealtime. You'll scrape your leftovers into that plate or into that bin. And then we recommend at least once a day you take it out and put it into the green cart. So very common across all cities in Canada. We're one of the last ones to bring this forward, but very, very important and very different from a behavioral daily perspective.
So in regards to the size of bin, what size of bin goes out to the public? So larger home, smaller condo, or does everybody get the same size of bin?
Through the chair. So everybody will receive the same size of green bin. They have the choice to have a 240 liter or a 360 liter brown bin or garbage bin, and then their fee is based accordingly on which size of bin they choose.
Okay, so, sorry, this bin that's going out is all the same size?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you can make changes through the city for the other bins if you decide to go smaller or bigger?
Through the chair, yes. You can choose your garbage size of a, let's call it a medium or a large, and then your curbside fee is different. Yeah.
Okay, and then just the last question was just in regards to bin placement. So we had problems with 2 bins, now we've got 3 bins. Is there anything in the bylaw that actually says where you can store these bins, like placement of the bins, so people don't have them? I know I saw the bylaw, they have to be removed at all the same times and all that, but the bin placement now with 3 of them, is that changed at all through the chair?
Through the chair. So in our recent changes as part of Clean Communities, there's lots of discussion in there how we ensure that bin placement is correct and enforced if need be. So having the green cart, basically we're just expanding the current provisions to include the green cart. So it's critical that they are stored on site in a secure manner and not left out on the street, for long extended periods when it's not your collection day.
Okay. All right, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor?
Thank you, through the chair. This seems unusual to me. Normally when we pass something, and I believe this was passed October 26, we see a bylaw come within 2 to 4 weeks. Is there a reason this is coming months later? Is there a peculiarity about this?
Through the chair. I'll ask Ms. Aird to provide comment on that. I don't know if there's a reason why it came at this particular date.
Through the chair, the reason for the delay is we approved the food and yard waste service. We wanted to make the changes to the curbside funding policy at the same time, and after the approval of the food and yard waste service moving citywide, we had to RFP for the services, and that established what the acceptable items were going to be in the green cart, which is a schedule in the bylaw. So we were waiting to bring the 3 together for one.
That makes some sense. Can't help myself. The answers to Councillor Bresciani's questions are questions that we're all getting. It is a short hop and jump to what amounts to a major rollout of a new service. So all of the answers that we heard today in terms of communication plans and some frequently asked questions, if you could provide those to council in the next week, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
We going to be asked. Okay, I don't, no further questions. I'm going to do three in one. I'm going to talk winter, green card. I'm going to talk missed pickups. I'm going to talk about 5 compostable bags. We, the city, provide 5, and afterwards, resident would have to purchase. Is that what I'm hearing? Maybe not. Missed pickup is what happens, especially summertime with the green. I'm not saying it does, but it does happen where things get missed. Do we have a plan? Because usually we shut down at 2 or 2:30. If residents come home, especially it's Friday, they got no recourse to who they call. And then winter, if they're not in the bag, it's going to freeze. How is that going to be tipped?
Through the chair, let me try. So yes, we are including 5 compostable bags in our rollout, strictly as an option for residents. They are not required, but if residents believe that it will increase their usage, then they can use those 5 bags and choose to buy more in the future, but they are not required. The material can go into the kitchen catcher loose and then into the green bin loose. As far as missed collections, it will be handled as currently the brown cart or the blue cart, and so if there's an actual missed collection, you can call the city and we will deal with that either immediately or the next day, depending on the situation. So the green carts are being picked up by a outside contractor who is the same contractor that is providing the blue carts going forward. So that will roll into that same service. And your last question about winter usage. So there are tips and tricks that will be included in our material to reduce the risk of freezing. One of those options are compostable bags. That's what we learned during the pilot. Another option is to things such as pre-freezing it if you've got space in your freezer. So take it and freeze it and then put it into your bin, or reducing the moisture content in your food and yard waste, or things like having newspaper in there to soak up that moisture. So there's different ways that we'll educate the public about reducing the risk of freezing in the winter in their green cart.
Okay, I'm good. Councilor Stanishuk, would you like to close? No, we're good. Clerk, would you start the vote, please?
Deputy Mayor, the vote passes 7-0 with the following members present voting in favor. Councilors Hawkins, Nelson, Stadnichuk, Bresciani, Mancinelli, Mayor Masters, and yourself, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So we'll consider now EX 2357, Service Agreement Fees Exemption, Railway. Mr. Lacey, if I could ask you to introduce the report, please. Microphone is on. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So in 2022, the city entered into an agreement to purchase land for a rail corridor through the Somerset Concept Plan area in the northeast part of the city. And this rail corridor is required to construct a rail connection that will, in the near term, serve Viterra, but I think more importantly, over the long term, will serve as the Canadian Pacific Railway main line as part of the city's rail relocation initiative. So in order to purchase that rail corridor, the land was required to be subdivided from the parcel of land that related to Somerset, and as soon as you do a subdivision, service agreement fees are triggered. And so this report is seeking council's approval to waive the service agreement fee related to this land purchase and infrastructure. And we're making that request for a number of reasons. First off, rail corridors that are developed for CN and CP are not charged SAFs, and really that is the long-term intended use of this land corridor, even though in the short term it provides that connection to Viterra. Secondly, SAFs, as you know, are intended to basically support the funding of growth-related infrastructure. And railway lines themselves don't directly impact the type of services SAFs fund, like water, wastewater, et cetera. As well, development of railway lines also shifts traffic off of roads, and so actually supports the long-term longevity of those type of infrastructures that we own and operate. So with that, we're open to any questions that council may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Lacy. Can I have some moved report? Mr. Hawkins? Any comments? Any questions to the administration? We all good? No questions on the report, Mayor? Railway? No? Okay. Oh, hang on. Check out, okay. Go.
When's the last time we had to apply this type of policy with railways and SAF fees and moving trucks?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm only laughing because I don't know when that might be. I don't actually, I'm seeing heads shake in the negative. I don't think within the corporate memory here of the organization, we can think of a time when this type of a situation has come up.
Just a quick comment then, I've heard lots of people complain about the rail in our city. Try to move it like it's no big deal. Rail should just get out of the way. Every major city has rail. This is really unusual to happen, and it's pretty cool. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay. Clerk, call the vote.
Yeah, just ask me. Deputy Mayor, the motion passes in a vote of 7-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you. Before we break to private session, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As explained to members during the break over the lunch hour, there was an omission when considering the heritage tax and grants and tax exemptions, in the sense that there should have been an amendment made to include the property occupied by Queen City Cakes on McIntyre Street. If I can ask Ms. Bryden to let the committee members know about this, and then we will request that you make an amendment so that we can clear this off, and it will require a reconsideration.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and through the chair. So, as the clerk described, and as you heard from the delegation this morning, Queen City Cakes has applied for heritage exemption, or under the heritage exemption policy. Due to the complexity of their application, administration has been working with them, but we did not manage to get their application in time for it to go through the full process with the external review committee, although since that time we have had conversations with them and they're fully supportive, and we would ask that council please include this grant in their consideration of the, exemption, it's not a grant, thank you, Ms. Dawson. Include this application within the group that was formally approved this morning in the report. This memo would have come out to you folks, I believe, yesterday.
Okay, Ms. Bryden, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, I'll give you the microphone. Go ahead.
So Deputy Mayor, as was explained, this would require first a reconsideration of the earlier decision today. It's just a procedural requirement so that we can get that done. So if the chair calls for the reconsideration motion, which only requires a majority vote today, if that passes, then you would be asked to consider the amendment that has been placed on the screen by the Deputy Clerk.
Okay, so first reconsideration. Anyone opposes to the reconsideration? Okay. Anyone opposes? See none? Okay, that's scary. So we have an amendment on the screen. Okay, mover, Councillor Mancinelli? Any further discussion? If not, then we'll just call the vote. The recorded the vote, yeah. So clerk, can you start the vote, please?
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 7-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Okay, thank you, clerk. Can I have someone to move the motion for private session? Councillor Hawkins. Any opposed? I see none. It's carried. 10 minutes? Sure, let's do that.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Perfect. So we'll go back at what time?
Yeah.
10 to? Yeah, okay.